Thomas Murphy's diplomatic career had prepared him for many challenges, but nothing had prepared him for explaining to a blue-skinned alien woman why human males had what she incredulously referred to as a sword between their legs. The Geneva International Complex buzzed with activity as Earth's first official Krenim embassy opened its doors in the summer of 2145. 5 years of cautious diplomatic relations had followed humanity's unexpected encounter with Krenim scout ships near Alpha Centauri. The United Earth Coalition had assigned Thomas, a 32-year-old veteran diplomat, to handle cultural exchange rather than the political heavy lifting. A straightforward assignment, they'd said. A chance to build bridges, they'd said. No one had mentioned anatomical show and tell. Thomas stood rigid in his formal UEC uniform, watching Ambassador Zoller deliver her opening remarks to the gathered dignitaries. The Krenim were an impressive sight, humanoid but distinctly alien, with their azure skin, flowing silver hair, and eyes that glowed a deep purple. Among the delegation, one figure caught Thomas's attention repeatedly. Diana, the ambassador's assistant, stood out even among her striking people. Golden markings, rare symbols of royal lineage in their matriarchal society, traced elegant patterns across her blue skin. When their eyes met briefly across the ceremonial hall, Thomas felt an unexpected jolt of connection before professionalism reasserted itself. The formalities concluded, Thomas led Diana and several other Krenim representatives on a tour of human cultural exhibits. The interactive displays showcased Earth's diverse civilizations, technological achievements, and scientific knowledge. All proceeded smoothly until Diana, curious and independent, strayed from the group toward an educational terminal. "What is this system?" she asked, her accented English melodic and precise. "That's one of our biological database terminals," Thomas explained. "It contains educational materials about Earth's life forms." Her slender fingers danced across the interface with surprising familiarity. Before Thomas could redirect her attention, Diana had navigated past several security protocols into restricted anatomical databases, specifically detailed information about human reproductive biology. The change in the room was immediate. Diana froze, her glowing eyes widening. Other Krenim females gathered around the display, expressions shifting from curiosity to astonishment. "This cannot be accurate," Diana said, her voice tight with shock. "Human males possess external reproductive organs, these appendages." Thomas fought to maintain his diplomatic composure. "Yes, that's correct. Our species' biological dimorphism includes different reproductive structures." Ambassador Zoller joined the group, examining the anatomical diagrams with clinical interest. "Fascinating. Our males have specialized genetic exchange appendages on their forearms. Nothing like this. Protrusion." Diana turned to Thomas, her composure recovering but eyes still wide. "We require further information for xenobiological research purposes," she stated formally, though Thomas detected something beyond scientific curiosity in her gaze. "This biological difference may explain fundamental disparities in our social structures." Thomas's communication device vibrated. A message from UEC Command. "The Krenim ambassador has formally requested detailed xenobiological exchange sessions. Their technological superiority makes maintaining positive relations crucial. Comply within reasonable boundaries. Details at your discretion." Ambassador Zoller stepped closer. "We've scheduled the first official exchange meeting for tomorrow in our embassy's research facilities. Diana will conduct the primary investigation." She smiled at Thomas with diplomatic precision. "We appreciate your assistance in representing your species' unique biology." Thomas nodded, maintaining his composed exterior while internally calculating exactly what reasonable boundaries might entail with a species that considered male anatomy to be shockingly exotic. Diana's eyes met his again, filled with undisguised interest that went beyond pure science. Tomorrow, in a private research facility, he would be expected to satisfy the Krenim curiosity about human males. The diplomatic fate of humanity now rested partly on how Thomas handled explaining why human males really did have, as Diana had put it with a mixture of shock and fascination, a sword between their legs. Thomas barely slept that night. He lay awake, staring at the ceiling of his apartment as automatic climate control adjusted to his elevated body temperature. The diplomatic briefings on Krenim culture had covered their advanced technology, matriarchal governance, and interstellar capabilities, but nothing about their reproductive biology or how humans might appear to them. At 500, Thomas abandoned sleep entirely. He stood under the sonic shower for 20 minutes, adjusted to maximum cleansing intensity, before switching to water mode for another 10. The hot water cascaded down his back as he rehearsed scientific terminology and neutral explanations. "This is a standard diplomatic xenobiological exchange," he told his reflection while trimming his beard with laser-perfect precision. Nothing more. His communication device chimed with a message from UEC Command. Priority communication. Ambassador Murphy. Krenim technology transfer negotiations accelerated following biological research proposal. Proceed with exchange protocols. Intelligence suggests this represents significant opportunity. Parameters. Maintain dignity of Earth while accommodating reasonable research requests. Detailed report required after initial session. Thomas selected his formal diplomatic uniform charcoal gray with subtle blue piping that mirrored UEC colors without displaying overt military connections. As he fastened the collar, he noticed his hands weren't entirely steady. The Krenim embassy occupied the east wing of the Geneva complex, its architecture a blend of Earth construction with distinctive alien modifications. Crystalline structures captured sunlight and redirected it through internal corridors, creating an ethereal glow throughout the building. Guards, tall Krenim females with ceremonial staffs, nodded at Thomas's credentials and directed him toward the research wing. The laboratory he'd expected had been transformed. Soft, ambient lighting replaced harsh fluorescence. The clinical equipment had been arranged to minimize intimidation, and comfortable seating areas created an atmosphere more reminiscent of a high-end medical spa than a research facility. Ambassador Murphy. Diana's voice came from behind him. Thomas turned and immediately registered the difference in her appearance. Her formal diplomatic attire had been replaced by a form-fitting researcher's uniform that accentuated the curves of her azure body. The golden royal markings along her arms and neck seemed to shimmer under the lights, creating patterns that drew his eye involuntarily. "Diana." Thomas paused, recalibrating to professional mode. "I'm prepared for the exchange session." Two Krenim females in medical uniforms activated holographic displays near a central examination platform. Their eyes flickered toward Thomas with undisguised curiosity. Ambassador Zoller entered, her more elaborate clothing and extensive gold markings signifying her superior rank. "Ambassador Murphy, I formally authorize this xenobiological exchange under provisions of the Earth-Krenim Scientific Cooperation Treaty." She scanned a tablet-like device. "This research has been designated Priority Alpha by the Matriarchal Scientific Council." Thomas nodded formally. "The United Earth Coalition values this opportunity for mutual understanding." "Diana's royal lineage grants her special authority in this research domain," Zoller continued. "Your cooperation will be noted in diplomatic records." She handed the tablet to Diana, exchanged words in their native language too quick for Thomas's translator to catch, and departed. The door sealed with a soft hiss, leaving Thomas alone with Diana and the two technicians. "Please be comfortable," Diana said, gesturing to a contoured chair. "Among Krenim, xenobiological research is considered intimate work, restricted to females of high status." Thomas sat, maintaining his diplomatic posture. I wasn't aware of that cultural aspect. Diana activated a holographic display. We should begin with mutual understanding. Allow me to explain Krenim reproductive biology first. The display showed anatomical renderings of Krenim male and female forms. Diana pointed to specialized appendages on the male's forearms. Our males possess genetic transfer mechanisms here, she explained, magnifying the image. These exchange appendages contain cellular structures that generate packaged genetic material. Nothing like mammalian reproduction. Thomas leaned forward, scientific curiosity temporarily displacing his nervousness. Fascinating. So there's no physical penetration. No. Diana's purple eyes met his directly. We reproduce through vulturic sharing of essence. The genetic packages are transferred through specialized receptor sites on female forearms during a ceremonial exchange. The technicians demonstrated with detailed holographic animations showing how genetic material passed from male to female without any fluid exchange. Your scientist's speculation about our reproduction has been remarkably inaccurate, Diana added, dismissing the hologram with a gesture. Now, Ambassador, we must address human male anatomy. Thomas swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. I've prepared educational materials that we require more direct observational data, Diana interrupted. The Krenim scientific method values empirical evidence. Thomas hesitated. Diana must have noticed his discomfort because her expression softened slightly. Perhaps this contextual information will help you understand the significance. The Matriarchal Council has authorized transfer of our C7 propulsion technology to Earth in exchange for comprehensive xenobiological data. She paused, letting the implications sink in. This technology would reduce your interstellar travel time by approximately 60%. The diplomatic implications hit Thomas immediately. Such technology would revolutionize Earth's fledgling interstellar program, potentially saving decades of research. His personal discomfort suddenly seemed trivial against the potential benefits for humanity. I understand, Thomas said. I'll cooperate with a partial physical examination. Diana nodded to the technicians, who approached with scanning devices. These will create three-dimensional holographic representations without requiring removal of clothing. The scanners hummed softly as they moved around Thomas. Within moments, a detailed anatomical hologram appeared beside him, rotating slowly to display internal systems. When the reproductive anatomy appeared, there was an audible reaction from all three Krenim females. Diana spoke rapidly in her native language, her professional demeanor momentarily broken. Thomas's translator caught fragments. Evolutionary impossibility, and biological contradiction. The technicians examined the hologram with expressions of scientific awe, pointing to specific anatomical features and conversing in technical terms too specialized for his translator. Diana composed herself, but Thomas noticed her purple eyes lingered on the hologram with something beyond clinical interest. She spoke to the technicians, who seemed reluctant to comply with whatever she'd requested. I've dismissed the technicians, Diana said after they departed. We require more direct cultural exchange protocols. Alone with Diana, Thomas felt the atmosphere in the room shift subtly. I must confess something, Ambassador, Diana said, deactivating the holographic display. Many Krenim females believed human reproductive biology was exaggerated propaganda from rival species. Propaganda, Thomas asked, to discourage Krenim-human relations. Diana moved closer. Our society strictly controls mating through genetic compatibility algorithms. Royal females like myself are traditionally paired with genetically optimal males, regardless of personal preference. Thomas began to understand. And humans being genetically incompatible means relationships outside matriarchal control, Diana confirmed. Your biology represents something our females haven't experienced in generations. Choice. The session concluded with Diana requesting daily private sessions, officially documented as comprehensive xenobiological research. Her eyes conveyed a meaning that went beyond scientific inquiry. Back at UEC headquarters, Thomas delivered his report to senior officials, who barely concealed their excitement at the prospect of additional Krenim technology transfers. Continue the sessions, his superior instructed. Gather whatever intelligence you can about their societal structures while maintaining this research relationship. That evening, Thomas returned to his apartment to find a package waiting. Inside lay intricately crafted objects of alien design, unmistakably ceremonial in nature. The attached note read, "For continuation of cultural exchange research in a more authentic setting. My private quarters tomorrow evening." Diana, a quick scan with his translator, revealed the objects were traditional Krenim courtship gifts, typically exchanged before mating selection ceremonies. Thomas set the gifts on his table, staring at them as the implications of tomorrow's research session became increasingly clear. Thomas placed the Krenim courtship gifts on his bedside table and set his alarm for 500. Despite his exhaustion, sleep eluded him again. The weight of tomorrow's research session pressed on his mind, along with Diana's note and its implications. At dawn, he contacted Dr. Alina Petrov, the Earth Coalition's leading xenobiologist. Her weathered face appeared on the screen, eyes alert despite the early hour. "Ambassador Murphy, this is unexpected," she said, tucking a strand of silver hair behind her ear. Thomas angled his camera away from the Krenim gifts. "I need your expertise on Krenim physiology, doctor, confidentially." Alina's expression shifted from surprise to professional interest. "Send me what you have. I'll prepare a brief." 3 hours later, Thomas sat in Alina's laboratory, surrounded by holographic displays of Krenim anatomical charts. "Their biology is extraordinary," Alina said, manipulating a 3D model of Krenim cellular structures. "These specialized appendages contain what appear to be programmable stem cells, not sperm or eggs. I'd give anything for tissue samples." Thomas shifted uncomfortably. "What about cross-species compatibility?" Alina froze the display. "You mean reproduction? Impossible. Different evolutionary paths, different genetic encoding systems." She studied Thomas's face. "But that's not what you're really asking, is it? The Krenim appear interested in me, beyond scientific curiosity." Alina's eyebrows rose. "Interesting." She opened a drawer and removed a silver bracelet with embedded blue stones. "This scanning device will collect physiological data during your interactions. It appears decorative but contains advanced sensors that can penetrate their dermal layers." Thomas fastened it around his wrist. "What am I looking for?" "Everything," Alina said, "particularly those golden markings. Their significance in Krenim culture suggests biological importance beyond decoration." Thomas left with the scanner and additional equipment disguised as ornamental cufflinks. His next stop was underground, beneath the Geneva complex. General Hammond's office existed on no official plans. The room was spartanly furnished with military precision: a desk, 3 chairs, and walls lined with security screens. Hammond himself, a broad-shouldered man with close-cropped gray hair, stood rather than sat when Thomas entered. "Ambassador," Hammond said, activating a privacy field that hummed softly around them. "Your report triggered several classification flags." "Sir." Hammond gestured to a holographic display. "Diana isn't merely a royal female. Intelligence confirms she's direct lineage to the Krenim High Matriarch. Images flashed showing Diana at various diplomatic functions, always near the center of power. Essentially, you're entertaining extraterrestrial royalty. I wasn't informed of her status, because she's hiding it." Hammond pulled up another display showing Krenim political structures. "Our intelligence indicates 2 major factions within their government: Diana belongs to progressives seeking technological exchange and alliance. The dominant conservative faction considers humans primitive and potentially threatening. Thomas processed this information. So these research sessions may be evaluating humans as potential allies against the conservative faction, or gathering intelligence on human weaknesses. Hammond leaned forward. This is bigger than biology, Ambassador. You're a diplomatic chess piece. Thomas left the briefing with a secure communicator and strict instructions to report any discussion of Krenim internal politics. Back in his apartment, Thomas prepared for the evening with methodical precision. He selected a formal dinner jacket with subtle Earth Coalition insignia, providing convenient placement for Elena's scanning devices. The mirror reflected a man composed on the outside, conflicted within. At sunset, a diplomatic transport delivered him to the Krenim embassy's upper level. The security scan was more thorough than usual, but his scanning devices classified beyond what Krenim security could detect remained unnoticed. Diana's private quarters occupied the entire east wing. The doors opened automatically at his approach, revealing a space where alien architecture blended seamlessly with carefully curated Earth artifacts. Renaissance paintings hung beside Krenim crystalline art formations. Japanese bonsai trees grew in illuminated alien soil compositions. Mozart played softly through hidden speakers. Diana emerged from an adjoining room. Her azure skin contrasted dramatically with traditional silver Krenim royal attire that left her shoulders and much of her back exposed. The golden markings Thomas had noticed before were more extensive than he'd realized, forming intricate patterns along her exposed skin. "Ambassador Murphy," she said, approaching, "I'm pleased you accepted my invitation." "Thomas," he corrected, "given the circumstances." "Thomas," she repeated, the name sounding musical in her accent. "Then you must call me Diana without titles between us." She guided him to a table arranged with an array of dishes, some recognizably Earth cuisine, others clearly alien. In Krenim tradition, sharing sustenance begins the K-Varan ritual, Diana explained, filling crystal glasses with an iridescent blue liquid. What humans might call courtship. Thomas accepted the glass. "I wasn't aware this was a courtship." "Research takes many forms," Diana replied with a smile that didn't completely reach her eyes. "Some require more immersive approaches." As they dined, Thomas activated Elena's scanner with a subtle movement of his wrist. Diana sampled Earth foods with obvious delight, particularly chocolate, which caused her markings to shimmer momentarily. "Your position seems to grant substantial research autonomy," Thomas observed carefully. Diana set down her glass. "I should be direct with you, Thomas. I'm not merely an assistant or diplomat." She touched a control panel and a subtle field enveloped the room. "Privacy measures," she explained. "What I tell you now is unauthorized by my government." "I'm listening." "I am a royal envoy sent specifically to evaluate humans for genetic research cooperation." Diana's purple eyes held his gaze. "The Krenim face a crisis. Our carefully controlled genetic program has led to declining fertility rates and genetic stagnation. Despite our technological advancement, we are failing at the most basic biological imperative, reproduction." Thomas nodded, mentally noting how this aligned with Hammond's intelligence. "And humans might help solve this problem. Possibly." Diana rose and moved to a viewport overlooking the Geneva landscape. "But my personal interest extends beyond official research parameters." "How so?" Diana turned and with fluid grace removed the primary layer of her silver garment, revealing more of her form. The golden markings Thomas had observed earlier formed complex patterns across her blue skin, particularly concentrated around her shoulders, spine, and forearms. Among Krenim, reproduction has become clinical, prescribed by genetic algorithms. Concepts you value, attraction, affection, emotional connection, are considered primitive evolutionary remnants. Diana moved closer to Thomas. Since encountering Earth literature, I've been fascinated by human concepts of romance. The idea that coupling could involve emotional choice rather than genetic prescription. Thomas's scanning bracelet vibrated subtly against his skin, indicating it was collecting significant data. Diana stood before him now, her markings beginning to emit a faint luminescence. "This is the revealing of essence in Krenim courtship," she explained. "These markings contain specialized cells that respond to genetic compatibility." Thomas observed the increasing glow with scientific curiosity and personal fascination. "They're beautiful." Diana's eyes widened in apparent surprise. "They're responding to your presence. That's theoretically impossible between different species." She approached and gently took his hands, placing them palm up. She positioned her forearms above his wrists, the specialized appendages she described in their earlier meeting, now visible up close, delicate structures embedded within the golden patterns. "This contact is considered intimate among my people," she explained, lowering her arms until they touched his wrists. A warm, tingling sensation spread through Thomas's body from the contact points. Diana's purple eyes widened, her golden markings pulsing with increased luminosity. "Our bodies are responding to each other," she whispered. "Scientifically impossible but undeniable." Thomas felt lightheaded, aware of both the physical sensations and the scanner collecting data on whatever biological exchange was occurring. "I must study this further," Diana said, her voice slightly unsteady. Tomorrow evening, more intensive research. Later, as Thomas exited the embassy, a nondescript vehicle pulled alongside him. The window lowered to reveal Commander Jessica Warren, her face illuminated by the dashboard lights. "Get in, Ambassador," she said, voice clipped and professional. "We need to talk." Thomas slid into the passenger seat. Warren activated a privacy field before accelerating away from the embassy. "I'm Earth's Covert Operations Director for Extraterrestrial Affairs," she said without preamble. "What I'm about to tell you isn't in any official briefing." She handed him a tablet displaying microscopic images of what appeared to be the golden markings on Diana's skin. "Her royal markings contain advanced nanotechnology, not just biological components," Warren explained. "These royal Krenim are partially synthetic beings. It explains the unexpected compatibility you experienced." Thomas studied the images. "How do you know what I experienced?" Warren's expression remained neutral. "We have our methods, Ambassador. The question is whether Diana's interest is genuine or part of an elaborate political stratagem. You're potentially becoming involved in Krenim internal politics that could threaten Earth if mishandled." Thomas watched the Geneva streets pass by, considering the diplomatic web tightening around him and Diana. The scanner on his wrist contained data that might answer some questions, but he suspected the most important ones about Diana's true intentions, and his own growing feelings wouldn't be found in biological readings. Readouts would require more than scientific instruments. Thomas entered his apartment in the diplomatic quarter, his mind still processing the encounter with Diana and Commander Warren's revelations. The tingling sensation where Diana's forearms had touched his skin persisted, like an echo of their connection. He removed the scanner bracelet and cufflinks, connecting them to a secure terminal. The data upload to the Earth Coalition server completed in seconds. Thomas massaged his wrist where the bracelet had been, the ghost of Diana's touch still present beneath his skin. While waiting for analysis, he replayed the evening's events. Diana's golden markings had responded to him impossibly, according to her. The specialized appendages contained nanotechnology, not just biological components. It suggested the Krenim royal lineage wasn't purely organic but partially synthetic. His secure terminal chimed 3 hours later. The classified report confirmed Warren's assertions. Diana's markings showed signs of advanced bioengineering synthetic components seamlessly integrated with organic cells. More surprising was the report's highlight: unusual activity patterns in Diana's markings when in proximity to Thomas. The nanotechnology appeared to be a tempting synchronization with his unmodified human biology. Thomas stared at the molecular structures displayed on his screen. What did this mean for Diana, for Earth-Krenim relations, for whatever was developing between them? Sleep came fitfully, his dreams filled with golden patterns that pulsed with light. The next morning, his communicator activated with a priority summons to Earth Coalition headquarters. Thomas arrived to find an unusual gathering in the secure conference room. General Hammond standing at a viewport, Commander Warren reviewing Dr. Isles' Dr. Petrov examining holographic displays, and an unfamiliar man studying biological readouts. Ambassador Murphy, Hammond gestured him Dr. Ward. This is Dr. Marcus Way, Earth's leading ex-doctor on synthetic biology. Dr. Way, a trim man with calculating eyes, nodded. Your scanning devices collected extraordinary data, Ambassador. The group gathered around a central holographic display showing magnified ages of Diana's golden markings. Dr. Way manipulated the display, highlighting microscopic structures. These royal markings contain a form of programmable nanotechnology we've never seen before, Way explained. But what's truly fascinating is this. He zoomed in further, showing active movement within the structures. Her markings are attempting to create a compatible interface with your human physiology, which the Krenny Dr. Eichley believed impossible, Petrov added. Dr. Way nodded. Human reproductive biology is inherently more adaptable than the Krenim system. Your scanning data shows their biotechnology wasn't designed to account for human biological variables. It's attempting to adapt in real time. General Hammond activated a different display showing Earth's orbital space. This brings us to our current situation. The Krenim fleet orbiting Earth doubled in size overnight. Thomas studied the positions of the new vessels. Defensive posture, or potentially aggressive, Warren said. Their positioning allows for either interpretation. Hammond continued. Communications from the Krenim High Council have shifted focus to their cultural exchange program. They're requesting progress reports directly from Ambassador Zoller. Diana's superior, Thomas noted. Our deep space monitoring stations have detected unusual transmission patterns between the fleet and the Krenim homeworld, Hammond said. Intelligence suggests a political power struggle within their leadership, centered around Diana's mission here. Thomas absorbed this information. What do you need from me? Hammond exchanged glances with the others before answering. Continue your relationship with Diana. Gather specific intelligence about their reproductive technolo-doctor, fleet movements, and the faction she represents. Doctor. Petrov approached with a polished wooden box. Enhanced equipment, outwardly traditional Earth gifts, internally advanced technology. Inside lay a classic wristwatch, cufflinks, and an ornate pen. Petrov explained each item's hidden functions: biosensors in the watch, audio recording in the cufflinks, molecular analysis capabilities in the pen. And this, Petrov added, producing a small crystal vial, specially developed pheromone compound, enhances your natural scent to potentially strengthen her biological response. Thomas accepted the items, uncomfortable with the escalating espionage but understanding the necessity. The situation had evolved beyond a simple cultural exchange. That afternoon, returning to his apartment to prepare for his evening with Diana, Thomas's security system announced a visitor, a Krenim female he recognized as Kira, one of Diana's junior diplomatic staff. Kira entered cautiously, her smaller stature and lighter blue skin distinguishing her from Diana. Her eyes darted around the room, checking for surveillance. Ambassador Murphy, she spoke quietly, I bring a message from Diana. She handed him a folded paper note unusual in this digital age. Diana's elegant script conveyed regret at canceling their evening meeting due to unexpected complications. Kira lingered, nervously adjusting her uniform. "There's more I'm not authorized to tell you, but you're going to anyway," she nodded. Diana has been ordered to report to Ambassador Zoller for questioning. Her markings, they've been glowing since your last encounter, impossible to hide from other Krenim. What does that mean for her? Rumors spread through the embassy, genetic breakthrough or contamination, depending who you ask. Kira stepped closer. "I should explain why I'm telling you this." She described a secret faction of younger Krenim who believed their species' genetic engineering program had become a self-imposed evolutionary prison. Diana isn't just a researcher. She's designated as the future High Matriarch. Her interest in human biology is politically explosive. Kira pressed a small device into Thomas's hand, a direct communication link to Diana. Use only in extreme circumstances. It bypasses embassy protocols. After Kira left, Thomas examined the Krenim device, considering the implications of Diana's position. Hours passed as he developed contingency plans, uncertain what the next move should be. His apartment security system chimed with an unauthorized entry alert. Thomas reached for the concealed weapon in his desk drawer, then froze as Diana herself appeared in his living room doorway. She looked dramatically different, her formal attire repimbued with simple coverings, silver hair disheveled, golden markings visibly pulsing with increased luminosity. The composed diplomat had been replaced by someone desperate. "How did you bypass security?" Thomas asked, lowering his weapon. "Your systems are advanced but not designed to detect Krenim biotechnology." Diana moved into the room, her markings casting golden reflections on the walls. "I've been formally accused of genetic contamination." "Because of me?" She nodded. "I face forced return to the homeworld for purification, a process that would erase my memories of Earth." Her voice dropped. "My memories of you." Diana approached the window, looking out at the night sky where Krenim ships orbited invisibly above. "I must explain something about my people. The royal lineage isn't merely genetically engineered, we're partially synthetic, designed centuries ago to maintain control over our species' evolution." She extended her arm, the golden markings pulsing rhythmically. "This nanotechnology ensures genetic compatibility only with pre-approved Krenim males, but my exposure to you has caused the system to malfunction, creating unprecedented genetic adaptations." Thomas observed the intensifying glow. "You're evolving in response to human contact." The conservative faction sees this as an existential threat to our genetic hierarchy. The communication device Kira had given him suddenly activated with an automated alert. Diana's expression tightened. "Ambassador Zoller has declared me contaminated. Security forces have been dispatched." Thomas checked his security feeds. Earth Coalition sensors detected multiple Krenim shuttles descending toward the diplomatic quarter. "We have minutes before they find us," Diana said, placing her hands on his chest. Her markings flared with increasing brightness. "There is a solution, though radical." Her purple eyes locked with his. "If we complete a genetic bond through physical intimacy, my synthetic biology will adapt completely to human compatibility. The change would be irreversible, making purification impossible." Thomas understood what she was proposing: complete physical union, the human reproductive process her people found so alien. Through the window, he spotted lights from approaching shuttles. Security alerts pinged on his communication devices. Earth Coalition Command wanted updates. Hammond was demanding information. Alina's laboratory requested immediate data transmission. Diana's golden markings pulsed rhythmically against his chest. "The choice is yours, Thomas, but we must decide quickly." The diplomatic implications were enormous. A potential interspecies incident balanced against his growing feelings for Diana, and the scientific breakthrough such a bond might represent. The future of Earth-Krenim relations hung in the balance as the shuttles drew closer to his location. The future of Earth-Krenim relations hung in the balance as the shuttles drew closer to his building. Thomas looked at Diana, her purple eyes wide with anticipation, golden markings pulsing with increasing luminosity. In that moment, the complexity of the diplomatic situation, the years of careful negotiation between species, and his own career concerns all compressed into crystalline clarity. "I choose you," Thomas said, taking her hand. "Not Earth coalition, not some political calculation." Relief washed over Diana's features. "The security forces will breach the apartment soon. Then we don't have much time." Thomas led her through the apartment toward his bedroom, pausing only to activate his security system's delay protocols. It wouldn't stop the Krenim forces, but it might buy them the minutes they needed. The bedroom door closed behind them. Diana stood in the center of the room, her markings casting rippling golden reflections across the walls like sunlight dancing on water. She removed her simple coverings, revealing more of the intricate patterns that traced across her blue skin. "The process requires complete physical contact," she explained, her voice steady despite the urgency of their situation. "The nanotechnology needs direct access to your genetic material." Thomas approached her, heart pounding. Outside, he heard the faint whine of Krenim shuttles landing on the building's roof. He pushed the thought away, focusing entirely on Diana as he took her into his arms. Their first kiss unleashed a cascade of sensations. Where their skin touched, Diana's golden markings brightened and seemed to flow like liquid light. Thomas gasped as he felt a tingling warmth spread from those points of contact, not unpleasant, but alien and electric. "It's responding to you," Diana whispered, looking down at her own body in wonder. They moved to the bed, the room now illuminated only by the golden light emanating from Diana's markings. As their bodies joined, the light intensified. Thomas watched in fascination as tendrils of golden light extended from Diana's skin to his, creating ephemeral patterns across his flesh, wherever they touched a network of glowing connections linking them together. Diana's breath caught as the golden patterns pulsed in synchronization with their movements. "The nanotechnology is establishing a genetic bridge," she gasped. "It's working faster than I anticipated." The patterns flowed between them, brightening with each moment of connection. Thomas felt a strange resonance within his own cells, as if something in him recognized and responded to Diana's biology. The golden light suffused the room entirely, bathing them in its glow. Diana suddenly arched backward, her eyes wide. "Thomas," she cried out, "it's happening." The markings on her skin flared brilliantly, then began to shift, the patterns rearranging themselves while the color transformed from pure gold to a deep reddish gold, like the hue of Earth's sunset. Thomas watched, transfixed, as the transformation spread across her body. The light pulsed once more, blindingly bright, then settled into a steady, warm glow. Diana touched her own skin in wonder. "The adaptation is complete," she whispered. "Irreversible." Before Thomas could respond, the apartment's security system blared with proximity alerts. The bedroom door burst open, flooding the space with harsh white light from the corridor. 4 Krenim security officers entered, weapons drawn, led by a tall, stern-faced commander. "Security Commander Vex," Diana acknowledged, pulling a sheet around herself but making no move to hide her transformed markings. Vex stared at Diana's altered appearance, weapon wavering slightly. "Ambassador Diana," he said, his voice tight with shock. "What have you done?" Diana rose from the bed, her reddish gold markings gleaming against her blue skin. She addressed the security team in the musical, clicking language of the Krenim. Thomas couldn't understand the words, but the effect was immediate. 2 of the officers lowered their weapons, exchanging uncertain glances. Vex responded tersely in the same language, his posture rigid with conflict. Diana's reply seemed to unsettle him further. He turned to one of his subordinates, issuing quick commands. The officer immediately activated a communication device, speaking rapidly while casting nervous glances at Diana. "What's happening?" Thomas asked quietly, pulling on his clothes. "I've invoked the ancient right of genetic bond," Diana explained. "It's a fundamental law that predates even our current government. No royal member who has completed a genetic bond can be forcibly separated from their bonded partner. The law was created to protect genetic lineages." Vex approached them, keeping a respectful distance. "Ambassador Zoller has been notified and is en route," he said in accented English. "I am ordered to secure this location until his arrival." His eyes moved to Diana's altered markings. "The genetic specialists are most eager to examine you." Diana nodded. "We will cooperate, Commander, but I remain under the protection of the ancient right." Thomas's secure communication device chimed with urgent alerts. Earth Coalition sensors had detected the Krenim shuttles and security breach. More concerning were the alerts about additional Krenim warships entering Earth orbit. The diplomatic incident was rapidly escalating to a potential military confrontation. 28 minutes later, Ambassador Zoller arrived with an entourage of Krenim medical personnel and what Diana identified as royal genetic specialists. The white-haired ambassador entered Thomas's bedroom, now converted to an impromptu diplomatic meeting ground, with undisguised hostility. "This is an abomination," Zoller said, glaring at Diana. "You have deliberately contaminated the royal lineage." Diana stood tall, her transformed markings luminous against her skin. "Examine me, Ambassador. I believe you'll find this is not contamination but adaptation, exactly as our ancestors engineered." The genetic specialists approached with scanning devices, moving them carefully over Diana's skin. As data flowed across their screens, their expressions shifted from disgust to confusion, and finally to scientific curiosity. They conferred in rapid Krenim, occasionally gesturing toward specific readings. The lead specialist turned to Zoller. "Ambassador, these readings are unprecedented. The subject has achieved stable genetic adaptation to human biology while maintaining complete Krenim physiological integrity. This should be impossible according to all our current understanding." Zoller's demeanor changed subtly as he reviewed the data himself. Scientific fascination began to override his initial anger. "Document everything," he ordered. "She is to be placed under protective custody immediately." "I invoke the ancient right," Diana repeated firmly. Before Zoller could respond, a new group entered the apartment. High Commissioner Alandra Williams strode in, flanked by Earth Coalition security and diplomatic staff. Her presence commanded immediate attention. "Ambassador Zoller," Williams said, her voice authoritative. "I've been authorized to inform you that Earth Coalition formally recognizes the genetic bond between Ambassador Diana and Ambassador Murphy as a legally binding union under Earth law. Diana is now entitled to all protections as the spouse of an Earth citizen." Zoller's face darkened. "This is an internal Krenim matter, Commissioner." "Not anymore," Williams countered smoothly. "Not when it involves an Earth citizen on Earth soil." As the diplomatic standoff intensified, Diana took Thomas's hand, pulling him slightly aside. "I need to tell you something," she whispered urgently. "The transformation has unlocked ancestral memories embedded in the nanotechnology. I can access information that was previously blocked from my consciousness." "What kind of information?" Thomas asked. Diana's eyes widened. "The truth about our origins. The Krenim were not naturally evolved but engineered thousands of years ago by an advanced precursor species. The nanotechnology in the royal lineage was embedded as a safeguard against evolutionary stagnation." Thomas glanced at the arguing diplomats, then back to Diana. "Your conservative faction has been preventing this adaptation." "Yes, to maintain their genetic hierarchy," Diana confirmed. "But there's more." They were interrupted as Zoller suddenly raised his voice, addressing the room. After consultation with the High Council, I am authorized to announce that Ambassador Diana's transformation will not be reversed, but studied. He paused, seeming to struggle with his next words. It appears to have activated long-dormant genetic sequences programmed into royal Krenim biology. Murmurs spread through both the Krenim and human personnel. Zoller continued, this adaptation corresponds to ancient texts describing a golden evolution that would someday occur through contact with another species. The room erupted in multilingual discussion. Diana squeezed Thomas's hand, leaning close. The diplomatic crisis has just begun, she whispered. My grandmother, the High Matriarch, will not accept this easily, and there's something about Mars you need to know. Know about Mars? Thomas asked, processing her words as the diplomatic chaos swirled around them. Diana's eyes held his intently. The ancient installation. My markings aren't just adapting to your biology, they're accessing ancestral memories. There's a Krenim facility on Mars, Thomas, one that's been there for thousands of years. Thomas stared at her, trying to absorb this revelation amid the escalating confrontation between Earth and Krenim officials. What kind of facility? Research. Genetic archives, technology far beyond what even my people currently possess. Her markings pulsed with increased luminosity. The conservatives have hidden this knowledge for generations, but the nanotechnology in my bloodline was programmed to remember. High Commissioner Williams approached them, her expression tight with controlled urgency. Ambassador Murphy, we need to move immediately. The situation is deteriorating rapidly. Thomas nodded, keeping his voice low. Diana's just revealed crucial information about a hidden Krenim installation on Mars. Williams's eyes widened marginally, the closest the veteran diplomat ever came to showing surprise. How certain is this intelligence? It's not intelligence, Diana replied. It's ancestral memory, encoded in the royal nanotechnology. The facility contains information that could fundamentally change the relationship between our species. Williams assessed them both with a calculating gaze. The Prometheus is fueled and ready at Vandenberg. It's our fastest vessel, originally scheduled for a military transport mission. She tapped her communication device. We're redirecting it to you now. 12 minutes later, they were in a secure diplomatic transport heading for Vandenberg Space Center. Thomas's P-Doctor, now communication device pinged with medical protocols from Dr. Alina Petrov. You need immediate medical preparation, Diana said, reading over his shoulder. The installation may contain environmental hazards your biology isn't equipped to handle. Thomas scanned the detailed L-Doctor of procedures. 16 hours to Mars on the Prometheus. That gives Dr. Petrov just enough time. The transport's secure communication screen activated, displaying Commander Warren's stern face. Ambassador Murphy, the situation has escalated. The High Matriarch's vessel, Eternal Dominance, has just entered Earth orbit with a fleet of 13 warships. Thomas felt Diana tense beside him. My grandmother, she whispered. She would rather destroy everything than allow evolutionary change. Warren continued, the matriarch is demanding your immediate surrender, Diana. Her exact words were surrender for genetic purification. We're creating Dr. Tactical Diversion to cover your departure. When they arrived at Vandenberg, Dr. Petrov was waiting with a mobile medical unit. No time for pleasantries, she said, gesturing Thomas onto an examination table. I've prepared specialized immunization protocols and a subdermal translator based on Diana's genetic data. As Petrov worked, technicians swarmed around Diana, collecting biological samples and scanning her transformed markings. Diana sat perfectly still, her eyes distant. What is it? Thomas asked, wincing as Petrov inserted a neural stabilizer behind his ear. I'm receiving transmissions, Diana replied, her voice faint. My markings, they're functioning as interfacial conduits. I can access Krenim systems remotely now. Her eyes refocused. Ambassador Zoller has just publicly declared support my adaptation rights. He's citing ancient texts that predicted this exact scenario. Dr. Petrov looked up from her work. Predicted? This was anticipated in your historical records. Diana nodded. The transformation is called the golden evolution in our oldest texts. Zoller's declaration has created a schism. The younger generation is rallying behind him, while the conservatives support my grandmother. Thomas felt the subdermal translator activate with a slight tingling sensation at the base of his skull. Will this allow me to understand ancient Krenim dialects? Theoretically, Petrov replied, applying a tissue regenerator to the insertion point. It's calibrated to Diana's genetic memory data. Your brain will process the information as if you naturally comprehend it. A security officer entered the medical bay. The Prometheus is ready for immediate departure. Commander Warren reports the diversion operation is underway. They boarded the sleek military vessel minutes later. The Prometheus lived up to its reputation, a marvel of Earth Coalition engineering. Its experimental fusion drive hummed with impossibly strong power as they strapped into acceleration couches. Receiving final communication from Earth, the pilot announced. Ambassador Zoller sends a message for Diana. The ancient texts speak truth. Seek the origin point. Diana's markings brighten. He knows. Somewhere in his research, he found references to the Mars installation. The Prometheus launched with bone-crushing acceleration, pushing them past Earth's atmosphere in minutes. Once they achieved stable trajectory, Diana unstrapped and moved to the ship's communication array. "What are you doing?" Thomas asked, joining her. "Accessing encrypted Krenim historical archives." Diana placed her palms against the console. Her markings flowed like liquid light, interfacing directly with the system. "The ship's array amplifies my connection." Thomas watched in fascination as Krenim text scrolled across the screens, translated instantly by his neural implant. 3,000 years, he read. "Your people were here 3,000 years ago." Diana nodded, her eyes reflecting the scrolling data. They established observation outposts on Mars and Earth's moon. They collected human genetic samples for centuries before the conservative faction seized power. Her voice faltered. "Thomas, my genetic lineage. It contains traces of human DNA. Deliberately incorporated by ancient Krenim geneticists who believed human adaptability represented evolutionary advantages." The 16-hour journey passed in intense study of the revealed archives. Diana's transformed biology allowed her to process information at unprecedented speeds, forwarding critical data to Thomas's neural translator. As Mars grew larger in the viewports, Diana pointed to Olympus Mons. "There, the entrance is concealed within the mountain's eastern slope." The Prometheus landed silently, its stealth systems activated to avoid detection by the Krenim fleet. They donned specialized environmental suits and stepped onto the rust-colored Martian surface. "This way," Diana said, her markings visible through her helmet visor, pulsing with directional intensity. They traversed the barren landscape until Diana stopped abruptly before what appeared to be an ordinary rock face. "Here." She pressed her gloved hand against the surface. Her markings transferred through the material of her glove, creating intricate patterns on the rock. The seemingly solid surface rippled, molecules rearranging themselves until a doorway appeared. "It recognizes you," Thomas said in awe. Inside, the air was breathable, an ancient environmental system still functioning perfectly after 3 millennia. They removed their helmets in a vast chamber filled with technology far more advanced than anything Thomas had ever seen in Krenim embassies. "Biological research laboratories," Diana identified, moving through the space with increasing confidence. "And these," she gestured to thousands of cylindrical containers lining the walls, stasis chambers containing genetic samples from early humans. At the center of the complex stood a massive crystalline structure, pulsing with internal light. Diana approached it reverently. "The genetic history of both our species," she whispered, placing her palm against its surface. The crystal flared brilliantly. A holographic figure materialized before them, a crenim with elaborate markings similar to Diana's, but with distinctly different facial features. "Genetic recognition protocol activated," the figure announced. "Welcome, descendant. I am Guardian, Artificial Intelligence Custodian of the Human Crenim Scientific Coalition Archives." Human Crenim Scientific Coalition, Thomas repeated. Guardian's holographic form turned toward him. "Correct. 3,000 years ago, our species collaborated to address the Crenim evolutionary crisis. Your presence here," its gaze moved between them, "indicates the program was successful. The adaptation has been achieved." Diana stepped forward. "What program? What was the crisis?" "Genetic stagnation," Guardian replied. Crenim physiology had reached evolutionary stability but lacked adaptability. The solution was incorporation of specific human genetic traits through careful engineering of the royal bloodline. The hologram gestured to Diana's markings. "The nanotechnology was designed to recognize compatible human DNA when our species reconnected." Thomas moved closer to Diana. "You're saying her transformation wasn't an accident?" "It was designed," Guardian confirmed. "The fulfillment of a 3,000-year genetic program to save the Crenim from evolutionary dead end." Diana's markings pulsed with emotional intensity. "We can broadcast this truth to all Crenim vessels in the solar system, end the conflict by revealing the deliberate design behind my adaptation." As Thomas helped Diana access the broadcast controls, a piercing alarm sounded through the facility. "Alert," Guardian announced. "Multiple Crenim military shuttles entering Martian atmosphere." Identification confirmed. Genetic Preservation Guard under direct command of High Matriarch Selana. Thomas checked the tactical display. "They've tracked us. How long until they reach the facility?" 17 minutes at current velocity, Guardian replied. Diana worked faster, her hands dancing across ancient controls as her markings interfaced with the system. "Almost ready to broadcast." "We need to reveal the truth before they can stop us." Guardian's hologram flickered. "There is additional information you must be aware of." The AI's tone shifted, becoming more urgent. "The final phase of the adaptation program has activated. Diana's transformed biology has rendered her capable of human Crenim reproduction." Diana froze, her hands hovering above the controls. "Our scans indicate conception has occurred," Guardian continued. "You carry the first natural human Crenim hybrid in history, conceived during your genetic bonding." Diana's hand moved instinctively to her abdomen, her markings pulsing with a new rhythm. "A child." Thomas stared at Guardian, then at Diana. "Is that possible?" "It was the ultimate goal of the program," Guardian confirmed. "This facility contains medical technology specifically designed to support such hybrid pregnancies, preserved for 3,000 years in anticipation of this moment." The alarm sounded again, more insistent. "Warning! Genetic Preservation Guard vessels approaching. 12 minutes to facility breach." Diana looked at Thomas, her expression a complex mixture of wonder and fear. "They won't just try to capture me now. If my grandmother learns about the child." Thomas nodded grimly. "We have two options. Attempt the system-wide broadcast or activate the facility's defenses." Guardian's hologram dimmed slightly. "I must warn you that activating defensive systems could have catastrophic consequences for Mars's already fragile ecosystem." Diana's markings pulsed with increasing urgency as her hand remained protectively over her abdomen. The tactical display showed the Genetic Preservation Guard shuttles drawing closer, while Earth Coalition reinforcements remained hours away. "We need to decide," Thomas said, eyes fixed on the approaching threat. "What do we do?" "We need to decide," Thomas said, eyes fixed on the approaching threat. "What do we do?" Diana's expression hardened with sudden clarity. "Both options. We broadcast the truth while deploying minimal defensive measures, just enough to buy us time. She turned to the crystalline structure, her markings connecting to the ancient interface. The system responded immediately, illuminating pathways throughout the facility's control mechanisms. Thomas moved to the tactical console Guardian had indicated, scanning the defensive capabilities. "I can seal the outer chambers without triggering the environmental safeguards," he said, fingers dancing across unfamiliar controls that somehow felt intuitive through his neural translator. Guardian's hologram expanded. "I will assist in optimizing the broadcast. Diana's genetic signature can be amplified through this facility's transmission array to reach all Krenim vessels simultaneously." Thomas activated the first series of security protocols. Heavy doors slid into place throughout the outer perimeter, specialized material hardening against Krenim weapons. "That'll slow them down, but not for long. 9 minutes until breach." Diana worked with practiced precision despite never having used this technology before. Her markings pulsed in rhythm with the crystal structure as she integrated the historical archives into a comprehensive data package. "Adding genetic verification codes," she said. "No one will be able to dismiss this as forgery." A proximity alarm blared. Thomas checked the monitors. "They've deployed cutting equipment. We have less time than we thought." Guardian's hologram flickered between them. "Broadcast preparations at 73%. Recommend commencing transmission before full optimization to ensure delivery." Diana nodded, her hands still moving across the controls. "Initiating now." The crystal structure at the center of the chamber pulsed with intensifying light, drawing energy from ancient power sources buried deep beneath the Martian surface. The facility hummed as transmission arrays, dormant for millennia, activated in sequence. "First perimeter breach," Thomas reported, watching the security feeds. "They're moving faster than the entire facility shuddered as an explosion rocked the outer chambers." "Second and third perimeters breached simultaneously," Thomas said. "High-energy plasma cutters. 5 minutes at most." Diana's markings blazed with golden red light as she connected more deeply to the system. "Broadcast commencing. My genetic signature is being amplified." "I can feel every Krenim ship in the system." Guardian's hologram expanded, displaying a representation of the solar system with dozens of Krenim vessels highlighted. "Transmission reaching primary fleet. Secondary vessels receiving. Embassy outposts on Earth receiving." On the tactical display, Thomas watched the approaching genetic preservation guards advancing through the facility's corridors. Their movements suddenly faltered as the first wave of information reached their communication devices. "They're receiving it," Thomas said, "but they're still coming." Diana stood tall before the crystal, her entire body suffused with light. "This is Diana, daughter of the royal line of Krenim. You are receiving proof of our shared history with humanity, a deliberate program of genetic compatibility established 3,000 years ago by our most brilliant scientists and human collaborators." Thomas watched in awe as her voice transmitted clearly through the system, reaching every Krenim in the solar system. The data flow increased, sending irrefutable genetic evidence alongside historical records. Diana continued, her voice steady despite the strain evident on her face. "The transformation you have witnessed in me is not a contamination, but the fulfillment of our ancestors' design. And now I carry within me living proof of this program's success, the first natural human Krenim child conceived in our history." On the tactical display, activity on the Krenim ships changed dramatically. Multiple vessels altered formation, breaking away from the High Matriarch's command structure. "Receiving transmissions," Guardian announced. 17 vessel commanders have pledged allegiance to Diana. 23 more are breaking communication protocols with the High Matriarch's ship. Thomas watched the security feed with growing alarm. "Diana, they've reached the inner chambers. We need those defensive measures now." Guardian's hologram split, maintaining broadcast functions while opening a secondary interface. Activating localized defensive measures. Recommended protocols will delay without causing planetary damage. Thomas initiated the defensive sequence. Specialized energy fields activated in the corridors, slowing the genetic preservation guard's advance. Non-lethal suppression systems deployed, temporarily incapacitating the first wave of soldiers. Diana completed the full data transmission, then staggered slightly as she disconnected from the broadcast system. Thomas moved quickly to support her. "Are you all right?" he asked, noticing new patterns forming in her markings. "The child," she said, hand moving to her abdomen. "The broadcast required significant energy. I felt changes accelerating." Guardian's hologram approached them. "Your pregnancy will require specialized care. The hybridization process will trigger further transformations in your physiology." The AI gestured toward a small alcove that opened in the wall. "These data crystals contain all medical information preserved from the original program." Thomas retrieved the crystals, securing them in a protective case from his equipment pack. Guardian continued, producing a slender device from another compartment. "This medical monitor was designed for precisely this scenario," the AI explained. "It will stabilize the transformation process and monitor fetal development." Diana extended her arm, and the device attached seamlessly to her forearm, integrating with her markings. Immediately, the pulsing patterns in her skin stabilized, color shifting to a deeper gold. "Thank you," she breathed, visibly relieved as discomfort faded from her features. The facility shuddered again as another explosion echoed through the corridors. "Final defensive barriers breached," Guardian announced. "High Matriarch Selana is personally leading the assault force." Thomas checked his sidearm. "How many guards?" 12 genetic preservation guards with specialized disruption weapons, Guardian replied, designed specifically to target Diana's nanotechnology. Diana's expression hardened. "She means to terminate the pregnancy, to erase all evidence of compatibility." Guardian's hologram flickered, then stabilized. "There is an emergency escape route behind the crystalline core. I can provide access, but you must—" The main entrance to the chamber exploded inward. Through the smoke and debris stepped High Matriarch Selana, resplendent in ceremonial battle armor, flanked by guards wielding weapons unlike any Thomas had seen before. Her facial markings, similar to Diana's original patterns, pulsed with fury, but her steps faltered as she beheld the ancient facility. "Impossible," Selana whispered, momentarily transfixed by the vast array of technology. Thomas seized the opportunity, pulling Diana toward the escape route Guardian had revealed behind the crystal structure. A panel slid open, showing a narrow corridor leading deeper into the facility. Selana recovered quickly, raising a specialized weapon. "Abomination," she snarled at Diana. "You will not corrupt our genetic legacy." A brilliant beam of golden energy erupted from the weapon, targeting Diana's midsection. Thomas acted without thinking, throwing himself into the beam's path. The energy struck him full force. Thomas expected pain, expected death, but instead felt a strange resonance as the beam interacted with his body. The nanotechnology Diana had transferred to him during their intimate bond activated, spreading throughout his system with incredible speed. Selana stared in shock as Thomas remained standing, his body absorbing the disruptor beam's energy. The weapon sputtered and died in her hands. "Impossible," she repeated, backing away. Thomas looked down at his hands, witnessing golden patterns forming beneath his skin, faint echoes of Diana's markings. Power surged through him as the nanotechnology integrated with his human biology. Guardian's voice came from behind them. "The bonding safeguard has activated." Thomas now carries a limited version of the adaptive nanotechnology, another feature designed to protect bonded pairs. Thomas felt his muscles strengthening, his senses sharpening. The world seemed to slow around him as his neural processes accelerated. "Diana," he said, voice steady despite the transformation occurring within him, "complete the transmission. I'll hold them off." Selana recovered from her shock, signaling her guards. "Kill them both." The genetic preservation guards advanced, weapons raised. Thomas moved with newfound speed and precision, engaging the first guard before the others could react. His enhanced strength sent the armored Krenim flying across the chamber. The second guard fired, but Thomas dodged with inhuman reflexes, closing the distance in a blur of motion. Diana retreated to the crystal structure, reconnecting to transmit the final, most crucial data, complete evidence of her pregnancy and genetic bonding with Thomas. As Thomas fought with abilities he barely understood, the facility's sensors detected new spacecraft entering Martian orbit. "Multiple vessels approaching," Guardian announced. "Earth Coalition signatures identified, accompanied by Krenim vessels not aligned with the High Matriarch." On the tactical display, Thomas glimpsed Commander Warren's command ship leading the formation, flanked by Ambassador Zolar's diplomatic vessel and numerous smaller Krenim craft. Ambassador Zolar reports that Krenim youth factions have seized control of communication systems throughout the fleet, Guardian informed them. Diana's genetic data is being broadcast across all Krenim channels. Selana's face contorted with rage as reports reached her communication device. She activated something on her ceremonial armor, her own markings flaring with intense golden light. "If I cannot prevent this abomination through force," she snarled, "I will use the royal failsafe." Diana suddenly screamed, collapsing to her knees as her markings flared painfully. Golden light spread across her skin in chaotic patterns, fighting against the red gold of her transformation. "What have you done?" Thomas demanded, fighting his way toward Diana. "Genetic override command," Selana said, triumph in her voice. "Implanted in all royal Krenim. Her body will revert to its original state, purging all contamination, including your half-breed offspring." Thomas reached Diana's side as she writhed in agony, her markings fluctuating wildly between colors. Acting on instinct, he placed his hands on her glowing markings. The nanotechnology in his bloodstream activated, creating a connection between them. Energy flowed between their bodies, stabilizing the chaotic patterns. Guardian's hologram appeared beside them, analyzing the interaction. Unprecedented genetic synchronization detected. Human Krenim bond stabilizing against override command. Diana's pain visibly subsided as their connected nanotechnology created a stable loop, neutralizing Selana's attack. The markings on both their skin pulsed in perfect harmony, golden red light flowing between them. "Impossible!" Selana screamed, reaching for another weapon. Before she could fire, the chamber's main entrance burst open again. Ambassador Zolar entered, flanked by Commander Warren and a contingent of both human and Krenim forces. "High Matriarch Selana," Zolar announced formally, "by authority of the ancient principles, and with the support of the Krenim Council, you are arrested for violation of the sacred law of evolutionary adaptation." Warren's security team moved quickly to secure Selana and her remaining guards. The younger Krenim who had accompanied Zolar approached Diana, kneeling in the traditional gesture of allegiance. Guardian's hologram expanded once more. Genetic synchronization complete. The bond between Thomas and Diana has created a permanent bridge between human and Krenim. Dr. Logi. The child's development has stabilized. Medical teams rushed forward, human doctors led by Dr. Petrov alongside Krenim specialists, T-Doctor, surrounded Thomas and Diana, scanning their transformed biology with expressions of wonder. "Remarkable," Dr. Petrov said, examining Thomas's readings. "The nanotechnology has permanently altered your DNA. Krenim genetic sequences have been incorporated into your genome." "What does that mean?" Thomas asked, still holding Diana's hand. "It means you will live as long as I will," Diana said softly, her markings now pulsing with steady, healthy light. "Centuries, potentially." Guardian's hologram flickered severely, drawing their attention. Power reserves reaching critical levels after 3 millennia of operation. Before deactivation, final information must be transferred. The AI's form stabilized momentarily. This facility contains 500 stasis chambers holding viable embryos created during the original human-Krenim cooperation, the first generation that was never permitted to develop when the conservative faction seized power. Diana's eyes widened. 500 hybrid embryos, from the original program, preserved in perfect stasis, Guardian confirmed. Control of their fate now transfers to you, as the living embodiment of the program's success. The hologram flickered again. My task is complete after 3,000 years. The golden evolution has been achieved. The future of both species now rests with you. Guardian's hologram faded, leaving them in silence broken only by the soft hum of the ancient systems. Diana looked at Thomas, then at the astonished faces of humans and Krenim around them. We have much to discuss, she said, about the future of our peoples and these 500 children who represent our shared past. Thomas helped Diana to her feet, both of them watching as Selana was led away in restraints, her once imposing presence diminished by the weight of historical truth. Commander Warren approached them. The Earth Coalition has authorized a permanent scientific outpost here. We'll need to study this technology, prepare for. He gestured vaguely toward Diana's abdomen. Well, for the birth of the first human Krenim child in recorded history. Ambassador Zoller joined them, his aged face solemn. The ancient texts spoke of this moment as the beginning, not the end. When the golden evolution comes, the true joining of peoples begins. He bowed deeply to Diana. High Matriarch, by right of adaptation and the child you carry, leadership falls to you according to our oldest laws. Diana's hand tightened around Thomas's. We have much to learn and much to decide, she said, looking toward the facility's depths where 500 hybrid embryos waited in stasis. About the future we will build together. The future of our peoples and these 500 children who represent our shared past. Thomas's words echoed through Diana's mind as she gazed through the reinforced viewport of the lunar medical facility 6 months later. Earth hung suspended in the black void, a blue jewel against the darkness. She pressed her hand against her swollen abdomen, feeling the child within respond with a flutter of movement. She's active today, Thomas observed, joining her at the viewport. The golden red markings beneath his skin pulsed softly as he placed his hand beside hers. Where their skin met, both sets of markings brightened, creating intricate patterns that flowed between them. She knows her father, Diana replied, leaning Dr. him. Her once sharp Krenim features had softened during pregnancy, her azure skin deepening to rich sapphire blue. Doctor. Petrov says her neural development is accelerating beyond predicted parameters. The lunar facility, officially designated the Joint Human Krenim Research Center, had become their home since the events on Mars. Built into the northern edge of the Sea of Tranquility, its domed central complex housed both the medical wing where Diana received specialized care and the secure development chambers for the ancient embryos. Dr. Ma's communication device chimed. Co-director, we've completed the latest assessment of the 5 primary subjects, reported Dr. Nadine Chen, lead pediatric specialist. We'll be right there, Thomas responded. His enhanced physiology, a gift from his bond with Diana, allowed him to move with fluid grace despite the reduced lunar gravity. Even after 6 months, he occasionally found himself surprised by his own strength when he accidentally bent standard equipment designed for normal humans. The nursery section occupied a dedicated wing of the facility, surrounded by multiple security layers. Thomas placed his palm against the biometric scanner, his unique hybrid genetic signature unlocking the massive doors. Inside, 5 transparent development chambers housed the first batch of hybrid children awakened from their 3 millennia stasis. At 3 months old, they displayed the growth and awareness of children nearly twice that age. Each pose doctoressed distinct features, human facial structures with subtle cranium coloration and faint marking patterns that shifted with their emotions. Dr. Chen approached with data tablets. Their cognitive tests are remarkable. Spatial reasoning, pattern recognition, language acquisition, all significantly beyond both human and cranium developmental curves. One of the children, a girl with copper-tinted skin and amber eyes, noticed Diana and pressed her tiny palm against the chamber wall. Faint golden markings flickered across her skin in response. "She recognizes your royal genetic signature," observed Kira, Diana's security chief and former combat specialist. Since their escape from the Mars facility, Kira had sworn Perso Doctor allegiance to Diana, abandoning her position in the traditional cranium hierarchy. "Little Mara has the strongest empathic response of the group," Dr. Chen noted. "She detects emotional states from across the room." Thomas reviewed the development data, his enhanced neural processing another side effect of the nanotechnology, allowing him to analyze multiple data streams simultaneously. Any complications with their immune response? None. The nanotechnology adapts seamlessly to their hybrid physiology. In fact, the facility's alert system activated, cutting through their conversation with a pulsing tone. Thomas's tactical display implant highlighted 3 unidentified vessels approaching from the outer system, their trajectories calculated to minimize detection. "Security breach, level 1, announced the facility's AI system. Unidentified cranium vessels entering cislunar space. Kira's hand moved to her weapon, using outdated security protocols pre-revolution encryption. "Only one faction still uses those." "Selana," Diana said, her markings flaring with heightened emotion. She docked her seed suddenly, pressing her hand against her abdomen. Thomas caught her arm, stabilizing her. "What's wrong?" "Contraction," Diana breathed. "The first one." Dr. Petrov rushed into the nursery, medical scanner already active. Her hormone levels just spiked. "The stress response has triggered labor." Thomas activated his command protocols. Facility lockdown, full defensive posture. He turned to Kira. "Deploy the security drones. Priority 1 is protecting Diana and the children." The tactical display updated as Commander Warren's voice came through the communication system. 3 stealth-equipped cranium vessels confirmed. Earth Coalition defense grid engaging. "Thomas, we've intercepted their transmission. They're demanding Diana's surrender." The display showed the incoming message. "Surrender the abomination and her contaminated offspring, or face genetic purification of Earth's population centers." Diana straightened despite another contraction rippling through her body. "Genetic Purity Battalion." Selana's most fanatical supporters. Ambassador Zoller's holographic form appeared in the command center. "This action is unauthorized by the Krenim Conclave. I have dispatched loyal forces, but they cannot reach you for 19 hours. Thomas made quick calculations. "Too long. Warren, what assets do we have available?" "Defensive satellites repositioning to create a protective grid." 2 cruisers on intercept course, but the Doctor. Remists have already launched landing craft. "ETA to your position, 17 minutes. Diana gripped Thomas's arm as another contraction hit, stronger than the first. Dr. Petrov scanned her again, eyes widening at the results. "This is proceeding faster than any human or Krenim birth pattern I've documented. At this rate, delivery will occur within hours." Thomas looked at Diana, then at the tactical display showing 30 incoming hostiles. "Get Diana to the birthing chamber. Kira, coordinate with the drone network. Dr. Chen, move the hybrid children to the secondary secure chamber." Diana shook her head. "I can help. My royal genetic access, I can control facility systems." "Diana, this child, our child, will not be born while I hide," she said, markings pulsing with drive. "Get me to the systems control center adjacent to the medical wing." Thomas knew better than to argue. He helped Diana to the control center while facility personnel moved with practiced efficiency, implementing long-rehearsed defensive protocols. In the command hub, Thomas addressed the assembled security team, 12 humans and 8 Krenim who had trained together for months. 30 genetic purity soldiers incoming. They carry specialized weapons designed to target Diana's unique genetic signature. He displayed the tactical layout. We hold them at the outer perimeter as long as possible. Fall back in sequence through the defensive choke points. No one reaches the medical wing. A human security officer raised her hand. Sir, what about your enhanced capabilities? Should you remain with the defensive team or stay with the High Matriarch? Thomas had asked himself the same question repeatedly in the minutes since the alert. I'll coordinate the initial defense, then fall back to support Diana. My abilities may prove useful against their specialized weapons. The facility shuddered as the first extremist craft landed on the lunar surface. Through exterior cameras, Thomas watched armored figures emerge, Krenim soldiers in specialized tactical gear, their weapons unlike standard military issue. They've breached Airlock 3, reported Warren from orbit. We're tracking their movements, but the lunar surface is limiting our targeting capabilities. Thomas moved to the first defensive position as the intruders breached the outer door. The security team had positioned behind reinforced barriers, weapons charged. Hold fire until they're fully in the chamber, Thomas ordered. The inner airlock door exploded inward. Thomas immediately noted the differences in these Krenim soldiers, their facial markings obliterated by ritual scarring, their eyes showing the telltale glow of combat stimulants. Their weapons pulsed with the distinctive resonance frequency designed to disrupt Diana's nanotechnology. For genetic purity. The lead soldier shouted as they charged into the chamber. The defense team opened fire, dropping 3 extremists immediately. Thomas moved with enhanced speed, closing distance before the intruders could adjust their formation. His strength, now 5 times that of a normal human, sent the first soldier crashing into 2 others behind him. One extremist managed to fire his specialized weapon. The energy beam struck Thomas's arm, causing his markings to flare painfully as the disruption frequency attacked his nanotechnology. He stumbled, momentarily disoriented, before his integrated systems adapted. The battle spread through the outer sections of the facility as more extremists breached additional airlocks. Thomas coordinated the defense while engaging enemies directly, his enhanced senses allowing him to anticipate movements seconds before they occurred. In the system's control center, Diana interfaced directly with the facility, her markings connecting with specialized interfaces. Pain from increasingly frequent contractions threatened her concentration, but she channeled it, using it to sharpen her doctor, cuss. Sealing sectors 5 through 7, she announced, trapping a group of extremists between security bulkheads, adjusting atmospheric pressure in Corridor B to slow their advance. Dr. Petrov monitored Diana's condition while preparing the birthing chamber. High Matriarch, we need to move you soon. The labor is progressing rapidly. A security alert flashed. Extremists had breached the secondary perimeter. Thomas led the retreat to the next defensive position, engaging the lead soldiers directly. During the close quarters combat, he noticed something unexpected where his blood contacted the extremists' weapons. The disruption technology temporarily malfunctioned. Kira, he called over the tactical channel, the nanotechnology in my blood neutralizes their weapons. Direct contact disables them. Understood, she replied, modifying drone attack protocols. Thomas fought his way back toward the medical wing as Diana was transferred to the birthing chamber. The pain of labor intensified, but Diana maintained her connection to the facility systems, giving their defenders critical advantages by controlling environmental conditions throughout the complex. As Thomas reached the final approach to the medical wing, he found himself facing 5 extremist soldiers who had circumvented the main defenses. "The abomination dies today," their leader snarled, raising his weapon. Thomas moved with everything his enhanced body could provide, drawing his blade across his palm. As the weapon discharged, he flung his blood directly onto its emitter housing. The disruption beam flickered and died as the nanotechnology in his blood disabled its specialized components. The extremists faltered, shocked by the weapon's failure. Thomas seized the advantage, neutralizing all 5 before they could recover. Inside the birthing chamber, Diana's labor reached its climax. The specialized equipment, a hybrid of human medical technology and ancient Krenim techniques, maintained precise conditions as Diana pushed with incredible doctor strength. "Thomas," she called as he entered the chamber, face bloodied from combat but eyes clear. He moved to her side, taking her hand. Their markings synchronized instantly, pulsing in harmony. "Doctor." Petrov monitored the birth with focused intensity. "One more push, High Matriarch." Diana gathered her strength, squeezing Thomas's hand with force that would have crushed Dr. Ordinary human bones. With a final effort, their daughter entered the world a tiny form with striking purple eyes that opened immediately, surveying her surroundings with uncanny awareness. "She's perfect, Doctor," Petrov whispered, scanning the infant. "Completely stable hybrid physiology." Thomas stood transfixed as the newborn's skin developed intricate golden-red markings before their eyes, patterns that matched both his and Diana's in perfect symmetry. "Lyra," Diana said softly. "Her name is Lyra." The facility's alert system chimed as Ambassador Zoller's forces arrived 19 hours ahead of schedule, having pushed their vessels beyond safe limits to reach Earth's moon. "The extremists are in full retreat," Commander Warren reported. "We've captured their leadership. The threat is contained." 1 week later, Thomas and Diana stood in the facility's Great Hall, presenting Lyra to representatives from both species. The ceremony, broadcast throughout Earth and Krenim territories, symbolized the beginning of a new era of cooperation. Ambassador Zoller stepped forward, his aged face solemn yet joyful. "Before our assembled peoples, I formally recognize Diana as High Matriarch of all Krenim, and her daughter Lyra as heir to both our great civilizations." The ceremony's solemnity was broken by an unexpected communication alert. The facility's main display activated, showing a familiar holographic form. "Guardian," Thomas said in disbelief. The ancient AI's image stabilized. "Emergency protocols activated. Critical information must be transmitted immediately." Diana stepped forward, cradling Lyra. "We believed you deactivated on Mars." "Backup systems maintained minimal functions," Guardian explained. "Activation triggered by recent unauthorized Krenim military action." The hologram expanded, displaying a map of the solar system with 7 points highlighted. The Mars facility was merely one of 7 installations created by the ancient human Krenim Alliance. 6 others exist throughout the system, each containing technological and genetic secrets vital to both species. Thomas and Diana exchanged alarmed glances as Guardian continued. "Most urgent. The primary installation beneath Europa's ice crust contains an autonomous defense system programmed to activate against unauthorized Krenim vessels. The recent extremist incursion has triggered its ancient protocols." Guardian's hologram flickered ominously. "Defense system now active. Calculating response parameters. Estimated time to weapons deployment, 72 hours. Estimated time to weapons deployment, 72 hours, Guardian continued, its holographic form flickering with unstable energy patterns. The Europa defense system was designed to eliminate all Krenim biological signatures within the Jupiter system if activated. Its targeting parameters do not dedoctor, emanate between factions. Thomas immediately activated the command center's tactical display. "We need a joint expedition team. Now." "I'm going," Diana said, shifting Lyra in her arms. Diana, you just gave birth, Dr. Petrov objected. Diana's markings pulsed with intensity. This installation contains technology our peoples created together. I must be there. Ambassador Zoller stepped forward. I will authorize our fastest vessel to doctor, escort the team. No, Commander Warren interrupted. We'll take the Hyperion. Our engineers have integrated modified Krenim drive systems. We can reach Jupiter's orbit in 36 hours. Thomas nodded. Assemble the team, Dr. Petrov, Kira, Commander Warren, Ambassador Zoller, Diana, and myself. And Lyra comes with us. The infant, Doctor. Petrov's eyes widened. That's not advisable. My daughter stays with me, Diana said firmly. The Guardian's records indicated unusual responses from hybrid children to ancient technology. Lyra may prove essential. 6 hours later, the ECS Hyperion broke Earth orbit. The VES Doctor. Experimental engines hummed with power beyond standard Earth Coalition technology, pushed Doctor. Them to velocities that compressed the journey to Jupiter into a day and a half. Diana spent much of the transit time in the specialized medical bay where Dr. Petrov had established monitoring equipment for Lyra. Her biological readings are fascinating, Dr. Petrov noted, reviewing data on his tablet. Her hybrid physiology appears to neutralize the radiation and rest factors that would affect normal infants during space travel. Thomas watched his daughter's tiny hands reach toward the glowing medical scanner. She seems aware of technology in ways I can't explain. The nanotechnology integration in her system is perfect, Dr. Petrov said. Neither human nor Krenim, but something entirely new. On the command deck, Commander Warren directed the approach to Europa. Energy readings confirmed. Massive power signatures beneath the ice crust, concentrated in the subsurface region known as Thera Macula. The Hyperion established orbit around Europa, ice-covered surface gleaming below them. Seconds later, warning alarms blared across the bridge. Multiple surface launches detected. Kira shouted, energy weapons powering up from concealed emplacements. Thomas rushed to the sensor station as bright beams of energy streaked from Europa's surface toward their vessel. The Hyperion's shields flared but held against the first barrage. Targeting analysis indicates weapons are locking onto Krenim biosignatures, Warren reported. Human life signs being ignored. Ambassador Zoller grimaced as another volley struck the shields. The ancient conflict. These defenses were programmed during the schism between Krenim factions. Thomas moved to the communications array. I have an idea. He placed his palm on the interface, his markings activating as he connected directly with the ship systems. I'm broadcasting a modified version of Diana's royal genetic signature. The defenses might recognize it as authorized. The energy beams from Europa's surface faltered, their targeting systems confused by the contradictory genetic information. Thomas pressed his advantage, interfacing deeper with the communication system to strengthen the broadcast. We have a window, Warren announced. Defense systems are recalibrating. Launch the landing craft, Thomas ordered. We need to reach the surface before the defenses adapt. The expedition team boarded the landing vessel, Diana carrying Lyra in a specialized protective carrier. The craft detached from the Hyperion and descended rapidly through Europa's thin atmosphere, landing on a flat expanse of ice near strong energy readings. Wearing environmental suits modified to accommodate Diana's and Thomas's unique biology, the team established a base camp around specialized drilling equipment. The drill's thermal elements sliced through Europa's frozen surface, creating an access shaft toward the energy source 2 kilometers below. After 18 hours of continuous drilling, the shaft broke through into open space. Kira deployed sensor probes that revealed an enormous cavern beneath the ice. Atmosphere detected, she reported. Oxygen-nitrogen mix. Temperature stable at 20 degrees Celsius. Artificial gravity consistent with Earth standard. Thomas led the descent through the completed shaft. As the team's boots touched the cavern floor, automated lighting systems activated, illuminating a sprawling installation built around massive crystalline structures. Energy pulsed through transparent conduits, feeding from thermal vents connecting to Europa's subsurface ocean. "This facility dwarfs the Mars installation," Ambassador Zoller whispered, gazing at structures extending kilometers into the distance. Diana moved forward, Lyra cradled against her chest. As they approached the central structure, the infant's tiny markings pulsed with golden light. Instantly, previously dark pathways illuminated, creating a route deeper into the facility. "She's interfacing with the technology," Thomas realized. They followed the illuminated path to a vast circular chamber. As Diana stepped inside, a sophisticated holographic matrix materialized, forming a figure more defined and complex than Guardian. Genetic identification confirmed. Royal Krenim sequence recognized. Human genetic markers recognized. The hologram's voice resonated with deeper harmonics than Guardian's. Hybrid sequence detected analyzing. Integration complete. Welcome, High Matriarch Diana. The hologram focused on Lyra, then Thomas. Unexpected pattern detected. Full human Krenim integration achieved. Program success confirmed after 3,000 years. "Who are you?" Thomas asked. "I am Progenitor, Central Intelligence of the Human Krenim Alliance, creator of the integration program." The hologram expanded, displaying complex data streams. "This installation contains the complete genetic and technological archives of both species. Europa was designated as primary repository." Diana stepped forward. "Guardian warned us about a defense system targeting Krenim vessels." "Affirmative. Automatic protocols activated by unauthorized Krenim military action. Defense system preparing targeted response to eliminate Krenim presence in Jupiter system." "We need to deactivate it," Thomas said urgently. "Those protocols are 3,000 years outdated." Progenitor's hologram shifted. "Access to defense systems requires authorized hybrid genetic signature." Thomas placed his hand on the interface panel. "Will mine work?" "Partial access granted. Your integration occurred through non-standard procedures." Diana moved beside him, gently placing Lyra's tiny hand against the panel alongside Thomas's. The infant's markings pulsed in response, synchronizing with the facility's energy patterns. "Complete integration detected," Progenitor announced. "Defense system override initiated." The facility hummed as power redirected through its systems. Display panels showed defense platforms across Europa's surface powering down. "Override successful. Welcome to primary installation Europa." Progenitor guided them deeper into the facility, past laboratories and vast data storage systems. "This complex was designed as the culmination of our shared evolution program." The hologram led them to massive doors that slid open to reveal an enormous chamber extending hundreds of meters in every direction. The team froze at the sight within. Thousands of transparent stasis pods filled the space, each containing a fully formed adult humans and Krenim with integrated features similar to Thomas's. "The first generation," Progenitor explained. 3,642 successful human Krenim hybrids, created during the integration program and placed in suspension when the conservative Kreni doctor action seized control. Ambassador Zoller moved between the rows of pods, eyes wide. "They appear fully developed. All subjects reached physical maturity before stasis induction," Progenitor confirmed. "They represent the intended evolution of both species." "They're alive?" Dr. Petrov asked, scanning the nearest pod. "All biological functions maintained at minimal levels. Revival possible with minimal recovery time." Thomas examined the nearest hybrid, a woman with distinctly human features complemented by Krenim markings that spiraled across her visible skin. "These individuals would fundamentally alter the power balance between our species," Ambassador Zoller noted. Their existence cannot remain secret. Before they could discuss further, Commander Warren's communication device activated with an urgent signal from the Hyperion. "Priority message from Earth Coalition headquarters," came the pilot's voice. "Former High Matriarch Solana has escaped custody with assistance from conservative faction sympathizers." Diana's markings flared with alarm. "How?" "Unknown, High Matriarch." But intelligence reports indicate she has accessed an ancient weapons facility, specifically genetic targeting systems designed to eliminate hybrid biology. Thomas looked at the stasis pods, then at Lyra. "She's targeting our child, and the hybrid infants from Mars." Ambassador Zoller received a separate transmiss doctor on his Krenim device. Confirmation from Krenim intelligence. Solana has established a base at the Callisto outpost. Her loyalists are gathering there. She's in the Jupiter system, Thomas realized. That's why she escaped now she knew we discovered this facility. Diana turned to Dr. Petrov, who was examining data on a medical terminal. "What have you found?" "Extraordinary information," the doctor replied. The ancient program developed methods for accelerating hybrid development through controlled radiation exposure. According to these records, they could mature a hybrid child to physical adulthood in just a few years. Thomas joined him at the terminal. For Lyra, potentially. The process stimulates the nanotechnology within the Krenim royal markings. The child maintains cognitive development appropriate to their chronological age, but their physical capabilities advance rapidly. Diana cradled Lyra closer. "We need to consider," alarms blared throughout the facility, cutting her off. Commander Warren activated the tactical display on her portable unit. Multiple vessels entering the Jupiter system. Krenim design but modified. They're on direct approach to Europa. Progenitor's hologram shifted to display tactical information. Hostile craft deploying penetration weapon doctor, designed to breach ice crust. Target coordinates align with this installation. Thomas interfaced with the nearest control panel, activating defensive systems. The facility hummed as ancient weapons platforms reactivated, this time targeting the approaching Krenim vessels. Diana handed Lyra to Dr. Petrov and placed both hands on the central interface, her royal markings providing deeper system access. "I've established connection to command functions," she announced. "Deploying energy shield." Above them, a protective field expanded from concealed emitters, encompassing the entire facility. On the tactical display, they watched as the first wave of weapons from Solana's ships impacted the shield. "The shield is holding," Kira reported, "but they're deploying specialized drilling torpedoes. Impact in 12 minutes. Progenitor's hologram approached Thomas. "This installation contains technology capable of distributing modified Krenim nanotechnology to compatible humans. Thousands could develop abilities similar to yours. Additionally, equipment exists to enhance Krenim biology with human adaptive traits." "The original goal of the Alliance," Ambassador Zoller murmured. The facility shuddered as the first drilling torpedoes struck Europa's surface. "Sensors detect genetic disruptor payloads," Commander Warren reported. "They're targeting the stasis chamber." Thomas looked at the thousands of sleeping hybrids, then at Diana. "We need defenders with fully developed hybrid abilities." He turned to Progenitor. "Begin revival procedures on 100 of the stasis subjects." "Initiating revival sequence," Progenitor confirmed. "Estimated completion, 15 minutes. Diana closed her eyes, her markings pulsing with intense light as she established a deeper connection with the facility. "I can sense the awakening minds. They're confused, disoriented. They've been asleep for 3,000 years, Thomas said. "I'm establishing a psychic link through my royal genetic abilities," Diana explained, her voice taking on an otherworldly quality. "Sharing information about our current situation." The first stasis pod hissed open. A woman with auburn hair and gold-flecked markings sat up, her movements fluid despite millennia of inactivity. Her eyes a striking violet similar to Lyra's focused immediately on Diana and Thomas. "High Matriarch," she acknowledged, rising from the pod. "I am Lydia. I served as director of the integration program. My father designed the original protocols." Her gaze shifted to Thomas. "You achieved integration through non-standard means. Fascinating." Then to Lyra. "And this? A natural-born hybrid." "The fulfillment of our work." More pods opened around them as Lydia approached. I sensed Selana's forces approaching, still clinging to genetic purity after all this time. The facility shook violently as another barrage struck. "Shield integrity at 60%, Kira reported. "They've found a resonance frequency that's degrading our defenses." Progenitor's hologram flickered. "Initiating emergency protocol. Transferring core consciousness to portable matrix." A crystalline object emerged from a nearby console. Thomas took it, feeling the connection to Progenitor's vast knowledge establishing through his markings. Diana moved to a specialized alcove that had opened in the chamber wall. "This is a protective chamber for hybrid children," she explained, carefully placing Lyra inside. The infant's markings synchronized with the chamber's systems, creating a secure cocoon around her. A final, massive impact shook the entire facility. "Breach detected," Commander Warren announced. "Selana's flagship has penetrated the ice directly above us. Deployment pods launching." Thomas stood with Diana as more hybrids awakened around them. Lydia took position at their side, her markings activating with power that surged through the facility's systems. 3,000 years ago, we were forced into sleep before our work was complete," Lydia said, her voice steady as the sound of Selana's forces grew closer. "Today, we finish what we started." The chamber wall erupted inward, sending shards of ancient material flying across the room. Thomas instinctively raised his arm to shield Diana as chunks of debris pelted his skin, causing minimal damage to his hybrid physiology. Through the billowing dust and crackling energy discharges came Selana's forces, Krenim soldiers in specialized combat armor designed to protect genetic purity. "Breach in main chamber," Commander Warren shouted, slamming a hand against her tactical display. "Multiple entry points." Thomas assessed the situation rapidly. Around him, hybrids were still emerging from stasis pods, disoriented but quickly adapting. Lydia stepped forward, her movements fluid and precise despite 3 millennia of suspended animation. "I've established communication with all awakened units," she said, her violet eyes tracking the incoming forces. "We retain full combat capabilities." Diana's markings pulsed with bright energy as she connected to the facility systems. "I have partial control of internal defenses. Security protocols responding." The chamber's ceiling panels slid open, revealing automated weapon systems that began targeting the invading forces with precision energy bursts. Thomas nodded to Lydia. "Coordinate the hybrid defense. I'll engage the front line." Lydia's markings flared with golden light. "Understood. We'll create a defensive perimeter around the stasis chambers." Thomas sprinted forward, his enhanced musculature and reflexes allowing him to move faster than the Krenim soldiers could track. He reached the first wave of invaders, disarming 2 before they could properly aim their weapons. A third soldier fired a genetic disruptor pulse that Thomas narrowly avoided. Behind him, Lydia directed the awakened hybrids with doctorable efficiency. Thomas watched in momentary amazement as they demonstrated abilities beyond his own one hybrid, generated a localized energy field that deflected incoming fire, while another interfaced directly with multiple facility systems simultaneously. "Their integration is more complete than yours," Dr. Petrov called out, monitoring displays near Lyra's protective chamber. They were purpose-built for this installation. Diana maintained her position at the central console, her royal markings creating a direct link to the facility's defensive grid. Security barriers materialized at strategic points, funneling Selana's forces into predetermined zones where the hybrid defenders could engage them efficiently. From the protective chamber containing Lyra, a strange pulse of energy emanated, rippling outward in concentric circles. Thomas noticed a group of genetic purity soldiers attempting to approach the chamber with specialized weapons, only to have those same weapons short out when they crossed an invisible barrier approximately 10 meters from the infant. Petrov, Thomas called out while engaging another soldier. What's happening with Lyra? The doctor scanned the chamber with his equipment. Her protective pod is generating some kind of interference field. It's specifically disrupting the genetic targeting systems in Selana's weapons. A new figure emerged through the breach, her presence commanding immediate attention. Selana wore ornate armor covered with intricate circuitry that amplified her royal Krenim markings. The golden patterns on her skin pulsed with unnatural brightness, extending beyond the typical royal patterns. She stopped abruptly at the sight of the awakened hybrids, her composed facade cracking momentarily. "Impossible," she whispered, eyes widening. "All prototypes were destroyed." "I saw the records myself." Lydia stepped forward, her presence drawing Selana's attention. "Your ancestors lied, High Matriarch. We were preserved, not destroyed." Diana moved to confront her grandmother directly. "What are you doing, Selana? This installation belongs to both our species." "It belongs to neither," Selana snarled, her composure returning. "These abominations should have remained buried." The facility shuddered violently as another barrage from orbit struck the ice overhead. Commander Warren's tactical display flashed urgent warnings. "Structural integrity compromised in sectors 7 through 12, she reported. "We're losing shield strength." Warren activated her communication device. Hyperion, requesting immediate orbital support, targets Selana's flagship with all available weapons. Ambassador Zoller stepped forward, activating his own communication array. His voice carried authority as he broadcast on Krenim military frequencies. "Attention, all Krenim vessels. This is Ambassador Zoller. I invoke the ancient directive of evolutionary sanctity. What you witness here is the fulfillment of our species' intended path. Stand down your weapons." Several display panels showed Krenim ships breaking formation above, ceasing their attack patterns. Selana laughed bitterly. "You think they'll listen to outdated laws? Our society has Doctor, tamed order through genetic purity for thousands of years." "Through lies," Diana countered. "Your faction has been experimenting with human genetic material in secret while condemning hybridization publicly." Selana's eyes narrowed. "We used what we needed while maintaining control. The strong adapt and survive." Dr. Petrov's excited voice cut through the confrontation. "Thomas, Diana, I've made a critical discovery." The doctor was frantically analyzing data streams from Lyra's chamber. "The child's nanotechnology is evolving in real time, creating novel structures I've never seen before. They're actively adapting to counter the genetic weapons." He manipulated controls on his portable lab equipment. "I can synthesize this and distribute it through the environmental systems." It would neutralize Selana's genetic weapons throughout the facility. "Do it," Thomas ordered, deflecting fire from another wave of soldiers. Across the chamber, Thomas saw Diana and Selana circling each other, their royal markings flaring with competing energy signatures. Selana's genetic armor amplified her abilities, creating arcs of golden energy that lashed out at Diana. "You're a disgrace to our lineage," Selana hissed. "Breeding with humans producing that. Hybrid Doctor." Diana deflected an energy surge with her own markings. "Our lineage began with cooperation, not isolation. You've built your power on lies." Thomas fought through the ranks of soldiers, dispatching them with efficiency as he made his way toward Diana. The chamber's atmosphere began to shimmer with microscopic particles as Dr. Petrov activated the distribution system for Lyra's adapted nanotechnology. "Protection field active," Petrov announced. Genetic disruption weapons should be neutralized. Thomas reached Selana's position just as Diana established direct contact with her grandmother's armor. The two royal Krenim were locked in genetic interface, their markings synchronized in conflicting patterns. Diana's expression shifted from concentration to shock. "You," she gasped. "You're one of us. You have human DNA." Selana's eyes widened in panic as her deepest secret was exposed. Throughout the chamber, the remaining Krenim forces heard Diana's words through their communication systems. "The High Matriarch is a hybrid," Diana announced, her voice carrying through the facility and broadcasting to the ships above. Her line has incorporated human genetics for generations, while condemning others who did the same. The remaining Krenim soldiers hesitated, their weapons lowering as confusion spread through their ranks. Ambassador Zoller seized the moment, rebroadcasting Diana's revelation to all Krenim vessels. Thomas saw the fury and desperation in Selana's eyes. She reached for a specialized device on her armor and activated it before either he or Diana could intervene. "If I cannot rule through purity," she snarled, "then I will rule through power." Golden light erupted from the device, flowing into Selana's markings. Her body convulsed as the royal markings began to spread, covering more of her skin with pulsing patterns. She screamed not in pain but in exultation as her form began to change. "Forced evolution initiator detected," progenitor's voice warned from the crystal Thomas carried. "Unstable genetic acceleration in progress." Lydia appeared at Thomas's side. "She's attempting an uncontrolled royal evolution. The process was theoretical in our time, considered too dangerous to attempt." The chamber trembled as Selana's transformation intensified. Golden markings covered her entire body now, pulsing with increasing intensity as her cellular structure rapidly rewrote itself. "The radiation will damage all genetic material in the facility," progenitor warned, including the stasis pods. Thomas looked to Diana and Lydia. "Can we contain it?" Lydia nodded. "If we combine our interfaces, we can establish a temporary containment field." The three positioned themselves around Selana, extending their hands toward her writhing form. Their markings synchronized, generating a shimmery dome of energy that enclosed the transforming High Matriarch. Inside, Selana's body continued its unstable metamorphosis, golden light emanating from her skin as crystalline structures began forming along her spine and limbs. "The containment won't hold," Diana warned, strain evident in her voice. "Her transformation is too powerful. Doctor." Petrov rushed to them carrying a specialized injector filled with luminescent fluid. "I've modified Lyra's adaptive nanotechnology. It could stabilize her transformation." Thomas took the injector. "I'll do it. The field will affect your own genetic stability," Lydia warned. "I have the best chance of surviving it," Thomas replied. He concentrated, feeling his hybrid physiology prepare for the strain ahead. With a burst of enhanced speed, Thomas penetrated the containment field, immediately feeling the disruptive energy assault his cells. He pushed through the pain, reaching Selana's convulsing form. Her eyes, now glowing with golden light, fixed on him with hatred and fear. Thomas plunged the injector into her neck, delivering the stabilizing agent directly into her changing biological systems. The effect was immediate. The wild energy pulsing through Selana's form slowed, then stabilized. Her transformation halted, leaving her body covered in golden red markings similar to Diana's, but interspersed with crystalline formations that glittered with internal light. She collapsed to the floor, unconscious but alive. The containment field dissipated as Thomas staggered back, his own markings flickering as his body fought to maintain stability. Diana reached him, supporting his weight as medical teams rushed forward to secure Selana in a specialized containment unit. Around them, the remaining genetic purity forces surrendered, dropping their weapons as hybrid defenders surrounded them. Commander Warren's tactical display showed the Krenim fleet standing down, with several vessels now actively protecting the Europa facility from the few ships still loyal to Selana. "Is it over?" Thomas asked, his voice hoarse. "For now," Diana answered, helping him toward Doctor's chamber. "But this is just the beginning." They reached the protective pod where their daughter lay. The infant's markings had changed, forming more complex patterns that pulsed with gentle light. The pod itself had integrated with the facility's systems, creating an environment perfectly attuned to Lyra's unique physiology. "She's adapting," Dr. Petrov said in wonder, scanning the chamber. "Her genetics are still evolving, creating new interfaces between human and Krenim biology." Progenitor's hologram materialized beside them. "The child represents the intended outcome of our program, not merely a combination of two species, but an advancement beyond both." Lydia approached, accompanied by more awakened hybrids. "We will begin reviving the others," she said, "starting with those who possess specialized knowledge of the program." Ambassador Zoller joined them, his expression solemn. "I have formally recognized Diana as the new High Matriarch. A provisional council is being established with representatives from all parties." Thomas gazed at the stasis pods still containing thousands of sleeping hybrids. "What happens now?" Progenitor's hologram expanded, displaying a solar system map with 7 points highlighted. "Now you must secure the remaining installations. Europa is merely one of 7 repositories scattered throughout the solar system." The hologram zoomed in on 5 locations: Venus, Titan, Ceres, Pluto, and a point deep beneath Earth's Pacific Ocean. Each installation contains specialized technology and genetic libraries, Progenitor explained. Together, they form a network designed to advance both species. Commander Warren studied the map. Earth Coalition forces can begin securing these locations immediately. "The Pacific facility must be our priority," Progenitor warned. "Recent geological activity has compromised its containment systems. If breached, experimental genetic material could contaminate Earth's biosphere." Thomas looked at Diana, both of them exhausted. "Fr. Doctor, the battle but resolute. We need to move quickly." Diana nodded, gently touching Lyra's protective chamber. "How do we protect her while undertaking these missions?" "The ancient program anticipated this need," Lydia said. "The facilities contain specialized environments for hybrid children. Lyra can remain protected while accelerating her development." Dr. Petrov was already designing protocols on his medical tablet. "I'll prepare monitoring systems for all 3 of you. The underwater pressure at the Pacific facility will require specialized adaptations." Thomas watched as the awakened hybrids moved with purpose throughout the chamber, their abilities seamlessly integrating with the ancient technology. Ambassador Zoller and Commander Warren coordinated with their respective forces, establishing a unified security perimeter around the facility. "We discovered one installation and barely survived," Thomas said quietly to Diana. "Now we need to secure 6 more while protecting Lyra and managing an entirely new species of hybrids." Diana's royal markings pulsed gently as she placed her hand in his. "We're not alone anymore. We have allies now from both our worlds and beyond." In the distance, they could see medical teams stabilizing Selana's transformed body for transport. The former High Matriarch's features were peaceful in unconsciousness, the crystalline formations on her skin glittering under the facility lights. Thomas turned his attention to the displays showing the Pacific installation. "How soon can we be ready?" Commander Warren checked her tactical systems. "The Hyperion can reach Earth orbit in 48 hours. We'll need specialized underwater equipment. The facility will recognize Lyra's genetic signature," Progenitor added. "But the security systems may have degraded over time. Approach with caution." As recovery operations continued around them, Thomas and Diana studied the ancient maps, preparing for the challenges ahead. The battle for Europa was won, but securing humanity's future among the stars had only just begun. The Pacific facility must be our priority, progenitor warned. Recent geological activity has compromised its containment systems. If breached, experimental genetic material could contaminate Earth's biosphere. Thomas looked at Diana, both of them ex-doctor, stead from the battle but resolute. We need to move quickly. Diana nodded, gently touching Lyra's protective chamber. How do we protect her while undertaking these missions? The ancient program anticipated this need, Lydia said. The facilities contain specialized environments for hybrid children. Lyra can remain protected while accelerating her development. Dr. Petrov was already designing protocols on his medical tablet. I'll prepare monitoring systems for all three of you. The underwater pressure at the Pacific facility will require specialized adaptations. Thomas watched as the awakened hybrids moved with purpose throughout the chamber, their abilities seamlessly integrating with the ancient technology. Ambassador Zoller and Commander Warren coordinated with their respective forces, establishing a unified security perimeter around the facility. We discovered one installation and barely survived, Thomas said quietly to Diana. Now we need to secure 6 more while protecting Lyra and managing an entirely new species of hybrids. Diana's royal markings pulsed gently as she placed her hand in his. We're not alone anymore. We have allies now from both our worlds and beyond. In the distance, they could see medical teams stabilizing Selana's transformed body for transport. The former High Matriarch's features were peaceful in unconsciousness, the crystalline formations on her skin glittering under the facility lights. Thomas turned his attention to the displays showing the Pacific installation. How soon can we be ready? Commander Warren checked her tactical systems. The Hyperion can reach Earth orbit in 48 hours. We'll need specialized underwater equipment. The facility will recognize Lyra's genetic signature, progenitor added. But the security systems may have degraded over time. Approach with caution. As recovery operations continued around them, Thomas and Diana studied the ancient maps, preparing for the challenges ahead. The battle for Europa was won, but securing humanity's future among the stars had only just begun. 6 months later, Thomas stood at the observation deck of the Human Krenim Unification Center, watching Earth rotate below. The orbital platform's construction had been completed in record time, using both human and Krenim Engdoktor, techniques. Light from the distant sun caught his skin, revealing faint golden patterns that shimmered momentarily before fading again. Your markings are more visible today, Diana said, joining him at the viewport. Her own royal markings pulsed with steady light beneath her formal robes, the insignia of the High Matriarch displayed prominently across her shoulders. Dr. Petrov says they respond to solar radiation now, Thomas replied, extending his arm to examine the faint patterns. The nanotechnology integration is stabilizing. My cellular degeneration has slowed to match your species' rate. Diana took his hand, her eyes reflecting starlight. You'll live as long as I will now. That wasn't in the job description when I joined Europa Station, Thomas said with a slight smile. Their conversation paused as the door slid open behind them. Lyra toddled through, her small face lighting up at the sight of her parents. Despite being only 6 months old chronologically, her accelerated hybrid development had given her the appearance and abilities of a human child several times that age. Father, mother, ships coming. The thought projected clearly into both their minds, accompanied by an image of approaching vessels. Thomas knelt to her height. That's right, Lyra. Ambassador Zoller is arriving with the Integration Council members. Lyra nodded, her golden red markings forming intricate patterns that pulsed in time with her thoughts. She pointed to the observation window, then to DRE protective chamber visible through the doorway to their private quarters. Watch stars then sleep. Yes, Diana answered, smoothing Lyra's dark hair. You can watch the ships arrive, then it's time for your development cycle. Thomas activated his comm unit as it signaled an incoming message. Thomas here. Commander Warren reporting. We've completed loading the submersible vessel. Dr. Petrov has finished calibrating the hybrid interface systems for underwater operation. We're ready to depart for the Pacific installation at 600 tomorrow. Understood. I'll review the final mission parameters tonight. As he spoke, Thomas watched Lyra press her small hands against the transparent viewport, her eyes tracking orbital traffic with perfect awareness of each vessel's purpose and destination. Her ability to absorb and categorize information exceeded anything they had anticipated, even with progenitors' predictions of enhanced cognitive development. Diana received her own notification, her expression shifting to concern. The conservative faction has requested another meeting. Counselor Vex specifically asks to discuss Selana's condition. Thomas frowned. They've been pushing for access to her for months. I can't keep denying them without violating our own cultural protocols, Diana replied. Vex is technically correct that she's entitled to traditional healing rituals. Their conversation was interrupted as Lydia entered the observation deck, accompanied by Ambassador Zoller. The ancient hybrid had become an invaluable liaison between the newly awakened ancient hybrids and modern society. High Matriarch, Lydia greeted Diana formally before nodding to Thomas. We've received concerning reports from our deep space monitoring network. Unusual activity near the Neptune orbital track, possibly unauthorized Krenim vessels. Ambassador Zoller activated a holographic display showing the outer solar system. These trajectories don't match any scheduled scientific or diplomatic missions. They appear to be moving toward the Kuiper Belt region. Thomas studied the projected course. Could they be searching for additional installations? Possible, Lydia replied. Progenitors' records mentioned 7 repositories, but our recovered archives suggest an 8th facility might exist in the outer system, specifically designed for deep space adaptation research. Diana's markings flashed with concern. If conservative factions locate it first. The station's alert system chimed, indicating visitors at the main docking bay. Ambassador Zoller checked his communication device. The Integration Council members have arrived. We should commence the session. Diana nodded, her expression composed once more. Thomas, you should continue preparations for tomorrow's expedition. The Pacific installation remains our immediate priority. Thomas knelt beside Lyra, who was still watching Earth below. Need to go work now. Be good for your mother. Lyra turned, her small face serious. Water place broken. Bad people were there. Thomas froze, exchanging a quick glance with Diana. They had been careful not to discuss mission details around Lyra. What do you mean, little one? Diana asked gently. Lyra's markings formed patterns reminiscent of ancient Krenim script. I see it when I sleep. People taking things. Breaking things. Waiting, ushing in. Thomas touched Lyra's shoulder. When did you see this? Last sleep cycle. 3 cycles ago. Many cycles ago. Her concept of time remained fluid, but the message was clear. She had been receiving information about the Pacific installation during her development cycles. The protective chamber, Lydia said quietly. It's linked to the network connecting all installations. She's accessing data directly through her development cycles. Thomas stood. We need to expedite the mission. If the facility has already been breached, go, Diana said firmly. I'll handle the political situation here. Lyra and I will be safe with the combined security forces. Thomas nodded, touching Diana's hand one last time before heading toward the tactical center to brief Commander Warren. The golden patterns on his skin remained visible longer than usual, evidence of his continuing transformation. In the viewport behind him, Earth continued its serene rotation, unaware of the ancient technologies hidden beneath its oceans or the distant movements at the edges of the solar system that would soon draw humanity into a broader cosmic struggle. Diana watched him go, then turned to Lyra. Let's get you to your chamber. Then Mother has to speak with some very important, very stubborn people. Lyra took her hand, golden red markings pulsing. They want grandmother. They think she knows secrets. Diana froze mid-step. What secrets, Lyra? The child's eyes reflected starlight, ancient patterns dancing across her iris. How to change. How to survive the void between stars. Ambassador Zoller and Lydia exchanged alarmed glances as Diana swept Lyra into her arms, suddenly aware their diplomatic challenges and Thomas's underwater mission were connected to something much larger, a competition for technology that could determine the future of both species' expansion beyond the solar system. 1 month later, Thomas stared at the data stream flowing across his workstation. The reports from the Neptune monitoring stations confirmed what they had suspected. Admiral Krev had systematically stolen key components of the deep space adaptation technology from the Pacific installation before their team had arrived. He's had a month's head start, Thomas said, passing the tablet to Commander Warren. The damage was exactly as Lyra described. The conservative faction moved quickly, Warren replied, examining the findings. These underwater extraction patterns match their standard resource acquisition protocols. Diana entered the command center, her formal high matriarch robes replaced by the sleek expedition uniform bearing both Who Doctor and Krenim insignia. The Unification Council has approved our mission. We depart tomorrow at 600. Thomas nodded, feeling the now familiar sensation of warmth spreading across his chest where golden patterns had become permanently visible. The ECS Pathfinder is ready. Engineering completed the final integration tests on the hybrid propulsion systems this morning. And Lyra? Diana asked. Doctor. Petrov is preparing her specialized chamber for deep space conditions, Thomas replied. He's not happy about bringing her, but after what happened at the Unification Center. 3 days earlier, Lyra's protective chamber had spontaneously interfaced with the station's primary communication systems, temporarily giving the child access to every data stream flowing through the orbital platform. The incident had lasted only 17 minutes, but in that time, she had isolated Admiral Krev's encrypted transmissions and revealed his destination, the Kuiper Belt installation. Diana's royal markings pulsed with maternal concern. I share Petrov's reservations, but Lyra's connection to the ancient network is undeniable. We need her abilities to access the installation before Krev's faction can weaponize the technology. Ambassador Zoller joined them, accompanied by Lydia and Kira. The ancient hybrid specialists have boarded. They're particularly eager to examine the deep space adaptation chambers. We've loaded all data recovered from the Pacific facility, Kira added. Though much of it remains encrypted, the patterns match fragments observed in the Europa installation. Thomas activated the main display showing their trajectory to the outer solar system. 3 weeks to reach the installation, even with our enhanced drive systems. Let's hope we're not too late. 2 weeks into their journey, Thomas awakened to the sensation of warmth flowing across his skin. In the dim light of their quarters aboard the Pathfinder, he could see the golden patterns on his chest glowing faintly, mirroring the royal markings on Diana's skin where her body pressed against his. They're spreading again, Diana whispered, tracing a newly formed pattern across his shoulder. Thomas examined the intricate lines that now extended from his chest to his upper arms. Petrov's scans yesterday showed another 8% integration of the nanotechnology. Diana's fingers continued following the patterns, Dr. Touch sending small electrical impulses through his nervous system. Does it hurt? No, Thomas replied, feeling the pleasant warmth intensify where their skin connected. It feels like belonging. He pulled her closer, their markings aligning in symmetrical patterns as they touched. The sensation of completion that flowed between them had become essential not just emotionally, but physiologically. Dr. Petrov had documented how their intimate contact stabilized Thomas's ongoing transformation, preventing cellular degradation as the Krenim nanotechnology reorganized his genetic structure. Diana pressed her lips against the brightest pattern on his chest. The ancient records never mentioned this specific adaptation between bonded pairs. Perhaps they didn't document everything, Thomas replied, his hands sliding along her back as the golden patterns brightened with each touch. Their physical conductor, Ion, had evolved beyond human or Krenim norms, creating a feedback loop of genetic information that strengthened with each encounter. As their bodies joined, Thomas felt the familiar surge of energy flowing between them, his transformation accelerating in response to her royal genetic signature. Later, as Diana slept beside him, Thomas checked the medical monitoring band on his wrist. The latest readings confirmed Dr. Petrov's prediction. The intimate contact had stabilized his cellular structure for approximately 72 hours before another connection would be necessary. His communication device illuminated with a message from the bridge. Anomalous radiation detected ahead. Recommend your presence in Observation Bay 2. Warren, she detected the navigation beacon before our instruments registered it, Commander Warren explained as Thomas entered the observation bay. Lyra stood with her palms pressed against the transparent viewport, her small form silhouetted against the stars. At 15 months chronological age, she had the appearance and cognitive abilities of a human 5-year-old. Her golden red markings formed complex patterns that pulsed in rhythm with distant radiation signals invisible to the naked eye. Left path wrong, Lyra projected into Thomas's mind as he approached. Right path safer. Thomas knelt beside her. You can see the beacons. Instead of speaking, Lyra placed her small hand against his forearm. Images flooded Thomas's consciousness, a network of energy signatures stretching through the outer solar system, ancient markers left to guide vessels along safe corridors. She's been providing course corrections for 6 hours, Lydia said, monitoring the navigation displays. Each adjustment has reduced our transit time and energy consumption by significant margins. Thomas touched his comm unit. Navigation, adjust heading 3 Doctor, re-starboard and elevate orbital plane by 0.8 degrees. Confirmed, came the response. New course plotted. Lyra nodded approvingly, her markings pulsing more steadily. Ship happy now. Thomas raised an eyebrow at Lydia, who smiled. She's been anthropomorphizing the vessel since we entered the outer system. According to Lyra, the Pathfinder prefers certain trajectories that align with the ancient navigation network. Dr. Petrov entered with his medical tablet. Her neurotransmitter levels are optimal, but her energy consumption has increased 30% since detecting the beacons. I recommend a development cycle within the hour. Lyra turned from the viewport, her expression serious beyond her apparent years. First see the pictures. She pressed both hands against Thomas's forearm, and a new stream of images filled his mind, a massive structure embedded within an asteroid, multiple Krenim vessels surrounding it, and beneath the surface, vast chambers containing technology unlike anything he had ever seen. She's receiving data from the installation, Thomas said quietly. She can see what Krev is doing. 1 week later, the Pathfinder approached the outer reaches of the Kuiper Belt. On the bridge, Thomas and Diana studied the long-range sensor data showing a cluster of Krenim vessels orbiting a large, irregular asteroid. 17 ships, Commander Warren reported, most utilizing advanced cloaking technology, but our hybrid sensors can detect their energy signatures. Thomas examined the tactical display. They've established a defensive perimeter around the installation. Standard conservative faction formation. Diana's expression hardened as she studied the sensor readings. They're extracting components rather than activating the core systems. Typical conservative approach: take what seems immediately useful without understanding the whole. Thomas nodded, which means the primary systems might still be intact if we can access the facility's core. "We'll need to approach undetected," Warren said. "The stealth systems we adapted from the Pacific installation should mask our energy signature." Thomas activated the ship-wide communication system. "Infiltration team to Deployment Bay 3. Prepare for deep space operation." The infiltration module detached from the Pathfinder, its adaptive camouflage system immediately adjusting to match the radiation signature of surrounding space debris. Inside the compact vessel, Thomas performed final system checks, while Diana secured Lyra's specialized protective chamber to the interface console. "Stealth systems functioning at optimal parameters," Lydia reported from the engineering station. "We're effectively invisible to standard Krenim detection systems." The two ancient hybrids, Teller and Voros, monitored the installation's external security feeds. Their specialized knowledge of original security protocols had proven invaluable during mission planning. "Admiral Krev's forces have established primary access through the Northern Hemisphere entry point," Teller noted. "Security systems appear partially compromised but not fully deactivated." Lyra's chamber hummed to life as it connected to the module's navigation system. The transparent enclosure filled with a golden mist as her markings brightened, forming complex patterns that matched symbols appearing on the module's display. "Hidden door there," she projected, simultaneously transferring coordinates to the navigation system. Thomas adjusted their approach vector. "She's found a secondary entrance. Adjusting course now." The infiltration module glided silently through space, weaving between fragments of ice and rock that surrounded the asteroid. As they approached the massive installation, Thomas observed extraction equipment attached to its surface like parasites, drilling into the ancient structure. "They've been systematic," Diana observed. "These extraction points align with external access nodes for secondary systems." The module's sensors detected a concealed indentation in the asteroid's surface, invisible to standard scanning technology, but clearly highlighted in Lyra's navigational guidance. Thomas maneuvered the vessel into position above the hidden entrance. "Place me here," Lyra projected, indicating a specialized connection port on the module's exterior. Diana carefully extended the chamber's external interface probe, connecting it to the asteroid's surface. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, a seam appeared in the seemingly solid rock, widening to reveal a docking port perfectly sized for their module. "Initiating docking sequence," Thomas announced as the module was drawn into the asteroid's interior. The external doors sealed behind them, plunging the module into darkness before ancient lights activated along the walls of a massive chamber. "Atmosphere stable," Lydia reported. "Temperature within acceptable parameters." Thomas secured the module and prepared the team for departure. "Remember, our priority is gathering intelligence and securing the core systems before Krev's team can remove critical components. Stay on secure channels and maintain stealth protocols." As the team disembarked, the true scale of the installation became apparent. The chamber extended farther than their lights could penetrate, massive engineering bays containing partially assembled structures rising like metallic forests around them. "This facility is at least 20 kilometers in diameter," Lydia whispered, her voice filled with awe. "Significantly larger than any previous installation." Thomas recognized components that resembled theoretical propulsion designs Earth's physicists had proposed but never successfully built. Diana moved to a central console, her markings pulsing as she accessed the ancient interface. "This isn't an adaptation facility," she said, studying the displayed schematics. "This is interstellar travel technology. The mathematics here, I recognize elements from early Krenim expansion theories, but far more advanced." Thomas joined her at the console. "These look like Earth's theoretical Alcubierre drive components, but with practical engineering specifications instead of just theoretical models." "They were building ships," Diana said quietly. "Ships capable of reaching other star systems." Their examination was interrupted by a priority alert from Teller's security monitor. Multiple biosignatures detected entering the main facility. One matches High Matriarch Selana's transformed pattern. Diana's markings flashed with surprise. Selana is here, with Krev. We need to observe without being detected, Thomas decided. If the conservative faction is fragmenting internally, we need to understand the political landscape before revealing ourselves. The team moved through the installation, following Lyra's guidance through maintenance passageways untouched by Admiral Krev's forces. They emerged on an observation platform overlooking a massive central chamber where Krev's team had established their primary research station. Below them stood Admiral Krev, surrounded by technicians examining components extracted from the installation systems. Facing him was Selana, her body now covered in crystalline formations that glinted under the ancient lights. The crystalline patterns seemed to interface directly with nearby technology, components activating as she passed. This propulsion matrix must be prepared for immediate transport, Krev was saying, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. Our vessels stand ready to implement the technology once we return to the Neptune staging area. You misunderstand the purpose of these systems, Selana replied, her voice resonating with unusual harmonics. The drive components cannot function in isolation. The entire system was designed for integration with specialized vessels requiring both human and Krenim operators. Krev dismissed her concern with a sharp gesture. Our engineers will adapt the technology for proper Krenim use. Humanity lacks the necessary genetic sophistication to safely operate interstellar drives. Your arrogance blinds you to the fundamental design principles, Selana countered, placing her crystalline hand on a central console. The system immediately activated, displaying complex schematics. The technology was specifically created for joint operation. Neither species alone possesses the complete biological configuration necessary for safe operation. Thomas exchanged a significant look with Diana. The conservative faction's plan was becoming clear. They intended to monopolize interstellar travel technology, potentially leaving humanity confined to the solar system, while Krenim expanded to the stars. We need to access the central database, Thomas whispered. If we can secure the complete specifications before Krev extracts critical components. Diana nodded toward a secured doorway beyond Krev's team. The primary data core should be through there, but we'll need to circle around to avoid detection. As they prepared to move, Lyra's chamber pulsed with urgent patterns. The child's eyes were fixed on a distant section of the installation, barely visible from their position. Ship waits there, she projected, sending an image of an enormous hangar bay containing a sleek vessel unlike any human or Krenim design, ready to fly between stars. Ship waits there, Lyra projected, sending an image of an enormous hangar bay containing a sleek vessel unlike any human or Krenim design, ready to fly between stars. Thomas's breath caught in his throat. The prototype vessel rested majestically in the launch bay, its hull gleaming with an iridescent sheen that seemed to absorb and refract light simultaneously. The ship's design incorporated flowing curves that reminded him of Earth's marine predators, but with technological components that extended like crystalline structures along its length. We need to get to that bay, Thomas said, shifting his tactical assessment. If Krev extracts key components before we can secure the vessel, an alert flashed on Teller's security monitor. Movement detected, multiple teams converging on the hangar bay. They've detected the prototype, Diana said. We need to move now. The team navigated through maintenance passages, Lyra's guidance proving invaluable as they avoided Krenim patrols. Each corridor they passed displayed signs of recent extraction panels removed, components missing, and diagnostic systems blinking with error messages. They reached an observation platform overlooking the massive launch bay. Below them, The prototype vessel, nearly 1 kilometer in length, rested in specialized docking clamps. Its surface featured intricate patterns similar to Diana's markings, with pulsing light running through circuitry like channels across the hull. Admiral Krev had already arrived with a substantial security contingent. Technicians in Krenim environmental suits attached extraction equipment to the vessel's outer hull panels, preparing to remove components. "We're outnumbered," Lydia whispered, counting at least 30 armed Krenim in the bay. Thomas assessed their options. "We need a distraction." He activated his secure comlink. "Commander Warren, situation report." Warren's voice came through clearly. "Pathfinder maintains stealth position. All systems ready. Your orders, Captain." "Initiate Protocol Sigma-9. Targeted communications disruption followed by sensor ghosts at these coordinates." Thomas transmitted the location data. "Time on target 3 minutes." "Acknowledge. Deploying countermeasures now." Diana connected Lyra's chamber to a nearby data port. "If you can interface with the installation systems, we need access protocols for the prototype vessel." Lyra's eyes closed in concentration, her markings pulsing rapidly as information flowed through the connection. The chamber's internal atmosphere changed from golden to deep purple, then back again. "Security protocols found," she projected. "Can override main bay doors." Thomas nodded. "On my mark, seal all access points to the bay except our current position. Warren's distraction should draw off some of their forces." He turned to the ancient hybrids. "Tell her, Voros, your specialized knowledge of the security systems will be crucial. Can you isolate the launch bay environmental controls?" "Yes," Teller confirmed. "The system architecture remains largely unchanged from our era." "Good. We'll create a contained atmospheric pressure differential, not enough to harm anyone but sufficient to create confusion." Below them, an unexpected development. Selana entered the bay, walking directly toward Admiral Krev. Her crystalline-covered form caught the light, sending prismatic reflections across the chamber walls. The Admiral turned, clearly surprised by her arrival. "Now," Thomas ordered. Multiple systems adactivated simultaneously. The bay's secondary lights flickered and dimmed. Alarm klaxons sounded throughout the facility. Every access door except the one behind Thomas's team sealed with a resonant thud that echoed through the chamber. "Intrusion alerts triggering in sectors 7 through 12, Voros reported, monitoring the security feeds they'd hacked. "Commander Warren's distraction is working." Thomas looked to his team. "Diana, Dr. Petrov, and Lyra with me. Lydia, Teller, Voros secure our position here and maintain system overrides." They descended rapidly to the launch bay floor, using the momentary confusion to establish a defensive position behind cargo containers near DRE prototype vessel. Thomas moved with enhanced speed and strength, positioning heavy equipment to create a makeshift barrier, while Diana established a secure uplink between Lyra's chamber and the nearest vessel access point. Across the bay, Admiral Krev shouted orders as half his security team rushed toward the false security breaches. The remaining guards formed a protective perimeter around him and Selana. "Their communications are jammed," Dr. Petrov confirmed, monitoring the tactical display on his medical tablet. "They can't contact their vessels in orbit." Thomas readied his defensive stance as Krenim security forces began sweeping the bay, searching for intruders. "When they find us, be prepared for hold your position." The command came from Selana, her voice carrying unusual harmonic overtones that seemed to resonate through the chamber. The Krenim guards paused, looking toward Admiral Krev for confirmation. The Admiral's expression betrayed his conflicted thoughts, but he nodded sharply. "Stand down," Krev ordered. "Maintain defensive positions only." To Thomas's surprise, Selana began walking directly toward their position, her crystalline body emitting pulses of energy that disrupted the targeting systems of the Krenim weapons trained on her. She approached alone, stopping several meters from their position. "Captain Thomas Nash," she said, her voice resonating with new depth. I did not expect our next meeting would occur in such circumstances. Thomas remained behind cover, keeping his weapon ready. Why, doctor, oh, you want, Selana? The same thing you desire. Her crystalline hand gestured toward the prototype vessel. Access to technology that can take us beyond this solar system. Diana emerged partially from cover, her markings pulsing with skepticism. Your faction has consistently opposed human Krenim integration. My perspective has evolved. Selana's crystalline formations shifted slightly, refracting light in complex patterns. As has my biology. Dr. Petrov surreptitiously scanned her with his medical device. Remarkable, he whispered to Thomas. Her transformation has stabilized into a configuration I've never seen before. What exactly are you proposing? Thomas asked, maintaining his guard. A compromise, Selana replied. I will grant you and Diana access to the prototype vessel on one condition. I accompany you on your expedition to the nearest viable exoplanet. Diana's eyes narrowed. Why would we trust you? Because my transformation was not random. Selana placed her crystalline hand against her chest. The changes you see are adaptations specifically designed for interstellar navigation. My body now contains neural structures capable of perceiving higher dimensional space, essential for guiding vessels through the distortions created by this drive system. Diana's expression shifted from suspicion to recognition. The stellar navigators, she said quietly. The ancient texts mentioned specialized Krenim individuals modified for faster-than-light travel. Yes, Selana nodded. My transformation has followed that ancient template, though not by my conscious choice. Thomas studied her carefully. Even if what you say is true, Admiral Krev still controls this installation. A problem being addressed as we speak, Selana replied. On the far side of the bay, Thomas noticed Ambassador Zoller had arrived and Dr. Admiral Krev in intense conversation. The Admiral's posture suggested reluctance but also recognition of changing circumstances. Thomas's comm unit activated. Captain, Warren reported, we're detecting additional Krenim vessels entering the Kuiper Belt region. Conservative faction reinforcements, heavily armed. ETA to weapons range, 47 minutes. Thomas exchanged a look with Diana. Their tactical situation had just become significantly more complex. Dr. Petrov, Thomas said quietly, what do your scans tell you about Selana's claims? Her neural structure matches fragmentary records we've recovered from other installations, Petrov confirmed. And there are specialized structures that appear designed to interface with specific ship systems. Thomas weighed their options. Fighting their way to the prototype vessel would be costly and might damage critical systems. Cooperation, despite the risks, offered tactical advantages. If we were to consider your proposal, Thomas said to Selana, we would require assurances, and Admiral Krev's forces would need to stand down completely. I believe that can be arranged, Selana replied as Ambassador Zoller led Admiral Krev toward their position. The Admiral's expression remained stern, but something had changed in his demeanor. Captain Nash, he said with formal stiffness. Ambassador Zoller has presented compelling evidence from the central database. Zoller stepped forward. The installation records are quite clear, Captain. This technology was specifically designed for joint operation. Neither humans nor Krenim can successfully operate it alone. Which puts us in a rather inconvenient position of necessary cooperation, Krev added, his tone suggesting he found this fact personally distasteful. Lyra's chamber pulsed suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. The child's eyes had opened wide, her gaze fixed on the ceiling of the launch bay. More ships coming, she projected with unusual urgency. Bad ships. With weapons to hurt old technology. Thomas checked the tactical display. Warren confirmed status of approaching Krenim vessels. Sensors detect weapon systems powering up, Warren reported. Energy signatures match specialized anti-technology weapons developed by conservative faction research divisions. Lyra's chamber illuminated with rapid pulses. Ship ready now. Can fly. To haven. Diana looked at Thomas, her expression grave. The child has found coordinates in the ancient database of potentially habitable planet. Thomas faced Selana and Krev. It seems we need to make an immediate decision. Those ships will reach us within the hour, and based on their weapons signatures, they intend to disable this technology permanently. The vessel contains sufficient functional systems for immediate departure, Selana stated with certainty. My connection to the navigational matrix confirms this. Admiral Krev's expression resolute. If we evacuate, I insist on conservative faction representation in this expedition. I will not allow unchecked hybrid proliferation beyond this solar system. Thomas looked at the prototype vessel, humanity's first real chance at interstellar travel, then back at the tactical display showing the approaching Krenim reinforcements. The countdown timer showed 42 minutes remaining before they came into weapons range. Diana, he said quietly, access the vessel's systems. Let's see exactly what we're dealing with. As Diana interfaced with the nearest control panel, holographic displays illuminated the space around them, showing the prototype's internal layout, crew quarters, research facilities, engineering sections, and specialized biometric interfaces designed specifically for hybrid operators. Thomas studied the schematics, noting the 200 stasis chambers, extensive biological research facilities, and most surprisingly, a dedicated nursery section with specialized equipment for supporting hybrid child development during transit. This vessel wasn't designed for a military mission, Diana said, examining the detailed plans. It was intended for colonization for families. Lyra's chamber pulsed again, projecting new information into Thomas's mind. Comprehensive genetic templates for creating environmentally adapted hybrid children specialized for different potential colony worlds. The templates included variations for high-gravity environments, low oxygen atmospheres, and even aquatic habitats. Genesis, Thomas read from the display. That's its designation. An appropriate name, Diana said softly, for the foundation of a new civilization. The tactical timer continued its relentless countdown, 40 minutes remaining. Thomas sized up the situation with rapid tactical assessment. 40 minutes until conservative Krenim vessels came into weapons range. The prototype vessel Genesis represented their only viable option. We need to make a decision, he said, turning to address the assembled group. Those incoming ships carry specialized anti-technology weapons designed to disable ancient systems. If they reach this installation, this vessel and everything it represents will be lost. Diana studied the schematics. The Genesis wasn't built for combat or military applications. It's a colonization vessel designed to establish new settlements beyond our solar system, which makes the choice clear, Thomas said. We launch immediately. Admiral Krev stepped forward. This technology belongs to both our peoples. If you intend to take this vessel, I insist on conservative faction representation aboard. Agreed, Thomas replied, surprising the Admira doctor. Your technical expertise will be valuable, and maintaining diplomatic connections with all Krenim factions will be essential for our future. Thomas activated his comm unit. Commander Warren, what's your status? Security teams are engaged in sectors 9 through 11, Warren responded. We Dr. disengage and reach your position in 7 minutes. Do it. Bring Kira and a security team. We're launching the Genesis. Thomas turned to Diana. Begin pre-launch sequence. Dr. Petrov, prepare Lyra's chamber for transit integration. The next 30 minutes unfolded in organized chaos. Crew members rushed through final preparations as Genesis's systems awakened fully for the first time in millennia. Thomas assembled a core expedition team. Himself, Diana, Lyra, Commander Warren, Dr. Petrov, Ambassador Zoller, Kira, Lydia, Admiral Krev, Selana, and 12 ancient hybrids with specialized knowledge of the ship systems. Warren arrived with his security team, expressions tense but determined. Conservative vessels have increased speed. New ETA 32 minutes. Acceleration protocols initiated, Diana reported from the main console. Primary systems online. Thomas approached Selana. Your navigation abilities will be crucial during this journey. But understand this: any action against this vessel or its mission will be met with immediate response. Selana's crystalline form shimmered under the bay lights. My purpose is aligned with this vessel's. That alignment supersedes previous factional loyalties. Docking clamps disengaged, Teller announced from an engineering station. Navigational systems online. Thomas nodded to Diana. Let's move. As the final preparations concluded, Thomas and Diana found themselves momentarily alone in a corridor leading to the command center. This is it, Diana said. Everything we've worked toward. Thomas took her hand, their markings pulsing in synchronized patterns. A new beginning for all of us. They shared a brief, tender moment before responsibility called them back to the command center. Diana took her position at the navigation console while Thomas assumed the captain's station. All personnel secure for launch, Thomas commanded. Activate internal inertial dampening fields. The Genesis hummed with awakening power. External sensors showed the conservative Krenim vessels now 28 minutes from weapons range. Launch sequence initiated, Diana confirmed. The prototype vessel lifted smoothly from its berth, hovering momentarily before accelerating toward the bay's massive doors, which parted before them. As they cleared the installation, automated defense systems activated, creating a protective screen against the approaching Krenim fleet. Conventional fusion drive operating at optimal parameters, Varos reported from engineering. Clearing Kuiper Belt region in 15 minutes. Thomas turned to Diana. Once we're clear, prepare for quantum displacement field activation. We need to synchronize our neural patterns for navigation interface, Diana said. The system requires balanced human Krenim inputs. Thomas nodded. We'll need privacy for that. Commander Warren, you have the bridge. Diana and I need to prepare for transition to quantum displacement. Warren acknowledged the order as Thomas and Diana departed for their private quarters, specially designed navigation preparation chambers adjacent to the command center. Inside their quarters, Diana activated privacy protocols. The ship systems require our synchronized neural patterns. The ancient designs incorporated direct biological connections between bonded pairs. Our markings, Thomas realized, they're the interface. Yes, Diana confirmed, and your continued adaptation requires. She hesitated. Physical connection between us. The systems are designed around bonded pairs. Thomas approached her, golden markings glowing brighter. Not just biological necessity anymore, is it? No, Diana admitted, her royal markings pulsing in response. It hasn't been for some time. Their embrace was both tender and urgent. As their bodies connected, Thomas's golden markings spread visibly across his skin, extending across his arms and upper chest in patterns that perfectly complemented Diana's royal markings. The room's integrated biosensors detected their synchronization, subtle lighting shifting in response to their combined biometric signals. Throughout the Genesis, systems previously dormant responded to their connection. In the command center, Warren observed with surprise as primary navigation controls illuminated with new interface options. Captain Nash's command authorization has been upgraded, the ship's AI announced. Primary navigation partners confirmed. Lyra's chamber, now integrated with the ship systems, pulsed with golden red light. The child's eyes opened wide as she sensed the connection between Thomas and Diana. Family complete, she projected. Genesis ready. After their intimate connection, Thomas and Diana returned to the command center, their markings still glowing with synchronized patterns. The crew noticed the change immediately, the expansion of Thomas's markings and the perfect complementary patterns they formed with Diana's. "Status report," Thomas ordered, taking his position at the captain's station. "We've cleared the Kuiper Belt," Warren reported. "Conservative vessels have entered weapons range of the installation but remain focused on pursuing us. Installation defenses are providing cover for our departure. Quantum displacement field ready for activation," Diana confirmed from the navigation console. "The ship has designated us as primary navigation partners. We have prioritized command access." Thomas noticed Solana studying them intently, her crystalline structure shifting slightly. "Your intimate bond has activated systems I cannot access," Solana observed without accusation. "The vessel recognizes you as its primary operators. The original designs incorporated bonded pairs as navigation units," Diana explained. "It appears our connection satisfied the parameters. Quantum displacement field activation in 60 seconds, Voros announced. Thomas addressed the command crew. "Secure stations for interstellar transition. This is what the Genesis was built for." As the countdown reached 0, Lyra's chamber spontaneously interfaced with the propulsion controls, pulsing with intense energy. "I help," the child projected. "I know codes." Data streamed from Lyra's interface, completing activation sequences previously locked behind security protocols. Diana analyzed the incoming information with amazement. "She's providing the final activation codes," Diana realized. The original program design required a family unit bonded pairs with complementary genetics and their offspring. Thomas looked at Diana, then at Lyra's chamber. "A family. That's what the Ancient Alliance truly built this ship around." The Genesis's engines hummed with building power as the quantum displacement field began to form around the vessel. Thomas and Diana took their positions in the specialized navigation couches, their markings interfacing directly with the ship's neural connections. "Quantum displacement field stable," Diana reported. "Coordinates for the Haven system locked." Thomas gave the command, "Engage interstellar drive." Space itself appeared to fold around the Genesis as the revolutionary propulsion system activated fully. The familiar stars of their home system stretched into lines, then vanished altogether as the vessel entered a realm between conventional dimensional spaces. They had begun humanity's first journey to the stars. In the navigation center, Thomas and Diana experienced direct neural interface with the vessel's systems, their complementary markings serving as biological conduits for controlling the quantum displacement field. Their synchronized brainwave patterns translated into nav doctor, Chanel parameters, constantly adjusting their course toward the Haven system. "Connection stable," Diana reported, her voice slightly distorted by the neural interface. "Ship systems accepting our guidance." Thomas sensed the vessel's systems through their shared connection. "We're maintaining course to Haven. Estimated transit time per doctor, mately 4 months at current quantum displacement levels." As the Genesis settled into its journey, the crew began to explore the vessel more thoroughly. Dr. Petrov and Lydia discovered extensive biological research facilities beyond what they'd initially detected. "Captain, you need to see this," Lydia called over the comm system. Thomas and Diana found them in a vast laboratory complex several decks below the command center. The walls were lined with thousands of cryogenic storage units. "Embryos," Dr. Petrov explained, examining data on a console. "Early-stage human crenim hybrids, thousands of them, designed with specific adaptations for colonizing diverse environments." Lydia gestured to different sections of the laboratory. "These are specialized hybrid variants engineered for high-gravity worlds, low oxygen atmospheres, extreme temperatures, even underwater habitation." "A genetic library," Diana said, understanding dawning, "combining the best adaptations of both parent species." This vessel truly was designed for colonization, Thomas observed, complete with the means to adapt to whatever world they found. The discovery reinforced the magnitude of their mission. They weren't just escaping the conservative faction, they were fulfilling the ancient alliance's vision of expanding their combined genetic legacy beyond the solar system. Amid the wonder of this revelation, the ship's sensors detected something unexpected. "Captain to the bridge," Warren's voice came over the comm. "We've encountered an anomaly." Thomas and Diana hurried back to the command center to face the first challenge of their interstellar journey. Thomas and Diana returned to the command center to find the bridge crew gathered around the main sensor display. "What's the anomaly?" Thomas asked, moving to Warren's side. The commander pointed to an unusual energy signature displayed on the main screen. "It appeared approximately 2 minutes ago. The pattern doesn't match anything in our database." Diana studied the readings. "It's similar to quantum displacement field fluctuations, but with significant variations." "Could it be another vessel?" Thomas asked. "Unknown," Solana interjected, her crystalline form shifting as she interfaced with the sensor array. "The pattern suggests natural phenomena rather than artificial construction." "Maintain course," Thomas decided after reviewing the data. "But keep monitoring. If it approaches within 50,000 kilometers, alert me immediately." The anomaly remained at a distance as the Genesis continued its journey through the quantum displacement field. Over the following weeks, the crew settled into shipboard routines, establishing a functional community within the massive vessel. 3 months after their departure from Earth, Diana's voice came over the ship-wide communication system. "Attention, all personnel. Prepare for transition to normal space. We will arrive at the Haven system in 20 minutes. Thomas joined Diana at the navigation interface, their markings synchronizing as they connected to the ship systems. The neural interface enveloped them in a sea of data, allowing them to perceive the quantum displacement field directly. Together, they began the complex process of disengaging the field and returning the Genesis to conventional space. "Field dissolution commencing," Diana reported. Her consciousness merged with Thomas's through their biological connection. "Transitional parameters stable." Through their shared perception, they felt the Genesis responding to their guidance. The quantum field thinned around them, reality slowly reasserting itself as stars reappeared on the interfaces. "Transition complete," Thomas announced as the ship fully emerged into normal space. "We've arrived at the Haven system." The command center erupted in controlled celebration as crew members exchanged handshakes and embraces. The view screen displayed a yellow-orange star surrounded by 7 planets, the third of which glowed blue-green in the distance. Preliminary scans confirmed target planet atmospheric composition within predicted parameters, Voros reported from the science station. "Oxygen-nitrogen mixture with trace elements consistent with support for our physiology." Diana initiated a diagnostic sequence. Sentinel vessel deploying to defensive position. On the external cameras, they watched as a smaller craft detached from the Genesis's hull, its engines FL Doctor, NG as it established an orbit that would allow optimal sensor coverage and defensive positioning. "Begin full system analysis," Thomas ordered. "I want detailed scans of Haven's surface before we commit to planetfall." Over the next 12 hours, the Genesis established a stable orbit around Haven while the crew analyzed incoming data. Thomas gathered his selected survey team in the shuttle bay as they prepared for the first close reconnaissance doctor of their new home. "Remember," Thomas instructed Commander Warren, Dr. Petrov, and the 2 ancient hybrids accompanying them, "this is observation only. We take no samples until we've established safety protocols." The shuttle detached smoothly from the Genesis, descending through Haven's atmosphere. Viewers on the bridge watched through the shuttle's external cameras as white clouds parted to reveal a landscape of blue oceans, verdant forests, and sweeping grasslands. Atmospheric analysis confirms breathable mixture, Dr. Petrov reported from the shuttle. Temperature at landing zone is 22 degrees Celsius, radiation levels within safe parameters. The shuttle circled the primary continental landmass, its sensors mapping terrain features and identifying potential resources. After 3 hours of survey operations, Thomas identified their landing site. This area, he indicated on the shared map display, provides fresh water access, natural shelter, and proximity to mineral deposits we'll need for construction. The survey team collected atmospheric samples and conducted limited geological surveys before returning to the Genesis. While Thomas led the survey mission, Diana worked with Lydia and Kira to prepare the colony's primary infrastructure components. In the massive cargo bay, they supervised the final assembly of prefabricated habitat structures designed to support the expedition's initial settlement. The environmental systems are calibrated for Haven's atmosphere, Lydia confirmed, checking data on her tablet. Once deployed, Thader, maintain optimal conditions while we adapt to the local environment. Diana nodded, pausing briefly as she felt an unusual sensation coursing Dr. of her body. She looked down at her arms, noticing her azure skin had taken on a subtle luminescence. Her golden red markings had expanded overnight, forming more intricate patterns that pulsed with energy. Diana, Kira asked, noticing her distraction. Are you well? Yes, Diana replied, examining her altered appearance. My integration with Thomas's genetic material is accelerating. Dr. Petrov predicted this might happen. Later that evening, Diana submitted to a medical examination in the Genesis's primary medical bay. Remarkable, Dr. Petrov said, studying her scan results. Your cellular structure has incorporated the stabilized human DNA sequences transferred through DRR bond with Thomas. You've nearly achieved true hybrid status. Is this dangerous? Diana asked. Quite the contrary, the doctor replied. Your cellular regeneration rate has increased by 40%. Your immune response is more robust, and your neural architecture shows enhanced synaptic efficiency. Diana studied the images of her transformed biology. The ancient records suggested this was possible, but I never expected such comprehensive integration. You, Thomas, and Lyra now represent a complete 3-generation evolutionary family unit, Dr. Petrov explained. This is precisely what the Genesis project was designed to achieve. 4 days after their arrival, the expedition began planetfall operations. 3 massive landing craft descended from the Genesis, carrying the prefabricated colony structures and essential support systems. Thomas supervised the deployment from the lead vessel, watching as automated systems began assembling the primary settlement hub within hours of landing. Environmental systems online, Warren reported as the habitat modules sealed and pressurized. Power generation at 87% capacity and rising. By nightfall, Haven Colony consisted of 3 interconnected habitat structures surrounding a central operations center. The 64 expedition members moved into their assigned quarters, experiencing the gravity and atmosphere of their new world directly for the first time. Diana established the communication array on a ridge overlooking the settlement, calibrating the system to maintain contact with the Genesis in orbit and eventually to transmit data back to the solar system. Array functioning at optimal parameters, she informed Thomas as they stood together watching the sunset over Haven's rolling plains. We can maintain continuous contact with the ship and expand the network as needed. Thomas nodded, taking her hand as they observed their new home. In the distance, movement caught their attention. Several 6-limbed reptilian creatures emerged cautiously from the forest edge, observing the colony with evident curiosity. Our first neighbors, Thomas noted. Preliminary analysis suggests they're the dominant native species, though they appear to be pre-technological. They show no signs of aggression, Diana observed. Their body language indicates cautious curiosity. Thomas activated his comm unit. All personnel be advised. Indigenous life forms have been spotted near the perimeter. Maintain observation protocols. No direct contact without authorization. Over the following weeks, the expedition established regular observation of these creatures, which they named Havenites. The reptilian hexapods displayed complex social behaviors, communicating through vocalizations and physical gestures that suggested rudimentary language capabilities. Admiral Krev and Selana established their quarters in specialized habidoctor units on the colony's perimeter, maintaining their positions as conservative faction representatives, while gradually adapting to the progressive approach emphasized by Thomas and Diana. Lyra's development accelerated dramatically in Haven's environment. Within 2 months of planetfall, her physical appearance resembled that of a human 9-year-old, though chronologically she was less than 2 years old. Her hybrid physiology demonstrated extraordinary adaptation to Haven's conditions. Her respiratory efficiency exceeds even our specialized ancient hybrids, Dr. Petrov reported during a leadership meeting. Her immune system readily processes native microbes without adverse reactions. Most remarkably, Lyra demonstrated an unexpected ability to communicate with the Havenites. During a supervised observation session, she approached the colony perimeter where several of the creatures had gathered. Her golden red markings pulsed in patterns that seemed to elicit responses from the native species. They understand colors and light, Lyra projected to Thomas and Diana, who monitored nearby. Their emotions connect to patterns. I can feel what they feel. Thomas established strict protocols for these interactions, insisting on research team supervision whenever Lyra communicated with the native species. The potential for cultural contamination concerned him, particularly given the Havenites' apparent capacity for accelerated development through contact with more advanced beings. We must respect their natural evolution, he emphasized during a colony council meeting. Our presence will inevitably impact their development, but we can minimize our influence through careful management of interactions. Thomas and Diana maintained their necessary physical connection through regular private encounters in their personal habitat unit. These sessions had evolved beyond mere biological necessity into deeply meaningful experiences that strengthened both their emotional bond and genetic synchronization. During one such intimate connection, the habitat's power systems fluctuated noticeably, lights dimming briefly before returning to normal brightness. That's new, Thomas observed, noting the correlation between their intimate activity and the power fluctuation. Diana ran a diagnostic on her tablet. My royal nanotechnology is releasing quantifiable energy during our genetic exchange. It's interfacing with nearby systems. Further analysis confirmed this phenomenon matched ancient Krenim theories about energetic properties of biologically compatible pairing concepts, previously considered theoretical now demonstrated in practical form. This discovery added another dimension to their unique relationship, confirming the profound significance of their bond beyond personal connection. 4 months after establishing Haven Colony, perimeter sensors detected an approaching vessel from the direction of the solar system. Contact bearing 147 Mark III, the security officer announced. Configuration matches Earth Coalition design parameters. Long-range scans identified the vessel as the ECS Prometheus, displaying both human and Krenim identification signals. Thomas called a leadership meeting to prepare for this unexpected arrival. The Prometheus is transmitting diplomatic credentials, Diana reported, reviewing incoming data. They're carrying High Commissioner Alandra Williams and a joint diplomatic delegation. Purpose? Thomas asked. Formal recognition of Haven Colony as the first extrasolar settlement with official status under both Earth and Krenim governance, Diana read from the transmission. The arrival of the Prometheus marked a significant evolution in their mission. No longer isolated pioneers, Haven Colony now represented the vanguard of a potentially expanding interstellar civilization. Prepare reception protocols, Thomas instructed, and alert Admiral Krev and Selana will want their perspective on this development. As the Prometheus established orbit alongside the Genesis, Thomas contemplated the implications of this diplomatic mission. The journey that had begun as an escape from conflict had transformed into something far more significant, the foundation of humanity's first true interstellar presence, built upon the integration of human and Krenim civilizations. As the Prometheus established orbit alongside the Genesis, Thomas stood on the observation deck, watching the approaching diplomatic vessel through the viewport. The gleaming hull reflected Haven's sunlight as it maneuvered into position. "Their arrival changes everything," Diana said, stepping beside him. Her azure fingers intertwined with his as they contemplated the implications. "Not everything," Dr. Holmes replied, squeezing her hand gently. "Our mission remains the same: establish a sustainable colony that represents the best of both our species." 5 years later, Thomas reviewed the agricultural yield reports on his tablet as morning light streamed through the windows of the governance center. The central administrative building, constructed from locally sourced materials reinforced with Krenim biocomposites, served as Haven Colony's operational heart. "Production increased 12% this quarter," he told Diana, who sat across the polished conference table. "Dr. Chen's hybridized wheat variant is exceeding expectations." Diana nodded, her golden-tinged azure skin catching the sunlight. The intricate patterns across her arms pulsed gently as she processed the information. "The Northeastern Habitat Complex reports their aquaculture systems are operating at full capacity. We should consider expanding that facility next quarter." Their morning governance session was interrupted by the doors sliding open. Lyra entered, her 15-year-old equivalent frame moving with graceful confidence. Her azure skin, several shades lighter than Diana's, contrasted with the golden red markings that now covered her arms and shoulders in elaborate swirls. Her facial features balanced human and Krenim characteristics: Diana's high cheekbones and almond-shaped eyes with Thomas's nose and jawline. "The Havenites completed their seasonal migration," Lyra reported, pulling up visual data on the main display. "They've established 3 new semi-permanent settlements surrounding the eastern agricultural zone." Thomas studied the footage of hexapodal reptilian creatures arranging stone structures in circular patterns. "Their construction techniques have advanced considerably." "They left these at the exchange point this morning," Lyra added, placing several intricately woven baskets filled with purple fruits on the table. "I've verified they're safe for consumption. The nutritional value is comparable to Earth apples but with higher vitamin content." Diana examined one of the baskets. "The weaving pattern is more sophisticated than their previous work." "The Havenites are learning from observing us," Lyra explained, her markings pulsing slightly as she spoke. "I've been documenting their developmental acceleration. At current progression rates, they could achieve basic metallurgy within a decade." Thomas was about to respond when a small blue blur rushed into the room. 2-year-old Orion, physically resembling a 5-year-old human child, scampered to Diana's side. His deep blue skin featured geometric markings that formed perfect hexagons and triangles across his shoulders and back. "Found you," Orion proclaimed triumphantly, his dark eyes sparkling with mischief. "You escaped Kira again," Diana noted, lifting the boy onto her lap. "I hid in the ventilation duct," Orion replied proudly. "Calculated the optimal path using thermal signatures." Thomas exchanged glances with Diana. Their son's analytical abilities continued developing at an extraordinary rate, manifesting differently than Lyra's empathic and communicative talents. Kira appeared at the doorway, slightly out of breath. "Apologies, leaders." He disabled the security lock on his playroom door. "Again," Thomas added with a bemused smile, "we'll need to implement the Level 4 protocols we discussed." After Kira escorted Orion back to his educational session, Thomas pulled up the colony expansion schematics. "The northwestern complex will be completed next month. That brings our habitat capacity to 320. The Prometheus arrives tomorrow with 20 new colonists," Diana reminded him. "Commissioner Williams sent their adaptation profiles ahead. 5 have already begun preliminary hybrid doctor treatments on Earth." Thomas nodded, recalling how much had changed since the diplomatic mission that officially recognized Haven 5 years ago. What began as 64 pioneers had grown into a thriving community of 300, with regular supply missions and diplomatic exchanges strengthening their connection to both Earth and the Krenim homeworld. Later that afternoon, Thomas visited the Medical Research Center. The facility had expanded from a single prefabricated unit to a comprehensive complex housing laboratories, treatment rooms, and specialized adaptation chambers. Dr. Petrov greeted him in the main research laboratory, where transparent containers housed various Haven plant specimens. The doctor's appearance had changed subtly over 5 years, limited hybrid characteristics evident in the faint golden tinge to his skin and enhanced physical stamina. "The latest adaptation catalyst batch is ready for testing," Petrov reported, indicating a series of blue vials in a specialized containment unit. "This formulation targets respiratory efficiency without affecting external appearance." Thomas examined the display showing molecular structures. "How many volunteers for this series?" 12, Petrov replied. "Mostly recent arrivals from Earth experiencing respiratory strain in Haven's slightly denser atmosphere." He gestured toward observation windows, where colonists received treatments in specialized chambers. "The integration of Krenim nanotechnology with Haven's biological compounds has produced remarkable results, targeted adaptation without complete genetic restructuring." In an adjacent laboratory, technicians monitored the progress of volunteers who had undergone more comprehensive hybridization. Over 60 colonists had received these treatments, developing characteristics that improved their adaptation to Haven's environment while maintaining their baseline physiology. "And how is your own adaptation progressing?" Thomas asked, noting the doctors' increased stamina during their 70-hour work cycles. Petrov smiled. "The cellular regeneration improvements have eliminated my arthritis completely. My cognitive processing speed has increased approximately 20%. Thomas nodded, glancing down at his own arms where golden markings now covered 60% of his skin. His transformation had stabilized in this configuration, human in appearance and structure, but with enhanced interface capabilities that allowed direct connection with colony technology. That evening, Thomas and Diana retreated to their private quarters in the specialized hybrid housing complex. The living area featured a blend of human comfort and Krenim biological interfaces, walls that responded to touch, environmental systems that adjusted automatically to occupants' needs, and communication arrays that linked directly to the colony's central systems. Lyra had taken Orion to observe the Havenite seasonal gathering, supervised by Admiral Krev's security team. The former conservative faction leader now served as Haven's security coordinator, his own limited hybrid characteristics enhancing his natural leadership abilities. Thomas stood on their private balcony overlooking the colony. 7 major habitat complexes spread across 30 square kilometers, connected by transport corridors, and surrounded by agricultural fields where Earth crops grew alongside compatible Haven species. In the distance, the The distinctive silhouette of Selana's navigation facility topped Haven's highest peak, where the former High Matriarch's crystalline form perceived interstellar conditions across vast distances. Diana joined him, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. "The expansion mission preparations are proceeding on schedule," she said softly. "The Genesis retrofit will be completed next month." Thomas turned to face her, taking in her transformed beauty. Her azure skin now carried a subtle golden undertone, while intricate markings extended across her entire body in patterns that shifted slightly with her emotions. 50 volunteers, he said. Selana identified 3 potentially habitable worlds in the target system. "The fulfillment of our original mission," Diana replied. "Sustainable expansion beyond a single world." Thomas drew her closer, feeling the familiar warmth building between them. 5 years of regular physical connection had evolved their intimate relationship beyond biological necessity into something profoundly meaningful. Their bodies responded to each other instantaneously, golden markings brightening as neural pathways aligned. "Engineering reports power fluctuations in this sector again last night," Thomas said with a smile. "Apparently, our last session created a 12% surge in the auxiliary systems." Diana's markings pulsed with amusement. "They've learned to anticipate the pattern." Rodriguez says they've developed experimental power applications that harness the energy. Their conversation was interrupted by a priority alert. Thomas accessed the communication panel, surprised to see Earth Coalition identification codes. "Incoming transmission from Earth," he announced. "High priority." The display activated, revealing a woman in formal Earth Coalition attire. "Leaders Thomas and Diana, I am High Commissioner Elizabeth Blake, newly appointed head of the Earth Coalition's Interstellar Division. I regret contacting you on an urgent matter that cannot wait for standard diplomatic channels." Thomas and Diana exchanged concerned glances as Blake continued. "We've encountered a serious situation in the solar system. Archaeological teams on Venus have discovered ancient Krenim technology beneath the cloud cover. The installation activated unexpectedly 4 days ago, creating gravitational anomalies throughout the inner planets. The transmission included technical data showing planetary orbits destabilizing by small but increasing increments. Our scientists have determined the technology responds specifically to hybrid biology," Blake explained. "Preliminary analysis suggests you and your family may be the only individuals capable of safely deactivating these systems." As Doctor paused, "We request your immediate assistance. The situation threatens both Earth and the Krenim homeworld." After the transmission ended, Thomas and Diana stood in silence, processing the implications. "We're scheduled to launch the expansion mission in 45 days, Thomas finally said. Diana nodded, her expression troubled. "We need to discuss this with the council, and," she hesitated, "we should speak with Lyra first." "Why Lyra specifically?" Thomas asked. Diana activated a secondary display showing medical scans. "These readings came from Lyra's quarterly assessment yesterday. Dr. Petrov forwarded them to me privately." The display showed unusual activity in Lyra's brain. She reported having unusually vivid dreams. Technical dreams, Thomas, about systems she couldn't possibly know about. Thomas studied the scans with growing concern. "We need more information before we make any decisions." Diana took his hand, their markings brightening with contact. "Tonight," she said softly, "let's process this together." Thomas nodded, understanding her meaning. Their most profound decisions always came through their intimate connection, the hybrid resonance that created temporary shared consciousness during their most intense moments together. In that state, they could analyze complex problems with unprecedented clarity. As night fell over Haven Colony, the lights in their quarters dimmed automatically. Outside, the settlement continued its evening operations, security patrols circling the perimeter, agricultural systems maintaining optimal conditions. and colonists going about their lives in a community that represented the successful integration of two species. Tomorrow would bring difficult decisions about their responsibilities to their children, their colony, and the civilizations that created them. But tonight, Thomas and Diana would face those questions together, their physical and mental joining providing the foundation for whatever challenges lay ahead. Thomas studied the transmission data again, his mind already calculating trajectories and resource requirements. The gravitational anomalies on Venus were intensifying according to the latest metrics, rippling outward in patterns that defied standard physics. "We need to convene the council immediately," he said, setting the display to project the complete data package. Diana nodded, her markings pulsing with concern as she activated the colony's emergency communication protocol. Within minutes, the colony's leadership assembled, virtually Ambassador Zoller's translucent form appearing first, followed by Admiral Krev, Lydia, and the other department heads. Thomas presented the situation concisely, sharing the High Commissioner's data and the preliminary analysis their systems had already completed. "The distortions are increasing at a geometric rate," he explained, indicating the projections showing orbital disruptions throughout the inner solar system. Earth's scientists estimate catastrophic solar system destabilization within 8 months if these anomalies continue unchecked. Ambassador Zoller's image flickered as he leaned forward, and they believe your hybrid biology is specifically required to address this threat. The evidence suggests the technology responds only to certain genetic signatures, Diana explained. "Similar to the Europa facility and other Krenim installations we've encountered." The room fell silent as the implications settled over the assembled leaders. Admiral Krev was the first to speak, his now familiar golden skin catching the light as he straightened. "The expansion mission preparations are nearly complete. We cannot abandon our plans for Haven's future." "We're not suggesting abandoning them," Thomas clarified, "but postponing the launch is necessary." After 3 hours of intense discussion, the council reached consensus. The Genesis vessel originally prepared for the expansion mission would be repurposed for an emergency return to the solar system. Thomas and Diana would lead the expedition, with Ambassador Zoller and Admiral Krev serving as interim colony leaders during their absence. As the meeting concluded, Thomas requested a private channel with Lydia, who had been notably quiet throughout the discussion. "The expansion preparations need to continue," he told her. "Maintain the timetable as much as possible. If we perseverance this crisis quickly, we'll want to resume the original mission without delay." Lydia nodded, her expression concerned but determined. "I'll keep everything on track, just—" She hesitated, "bring Dr. Ryan back safely." That evening, Lyra returned with Orion from their Havenite observation expedition. Thomas and Diana sat their children down in their family quarters, carefully explaining the situation. Lyra listened intently, her eyes widening at the mention of Venus. "I've dreamed of Venus," she said quietly, "golden structures beneath orange clouds." Diana exchanged a significant look with Thomas. "What else have you seen in these dreams? Patterns, systems, connections I don't understand when I wake?" Lyra's markings pulsed with uncertainty. "They feel important, but I can't hold on to them." Dr. Petrov arrived shortly after, reviewing Lyra's brain scans once more before examining Orion as well. The boy sat patiently through the examination, his geometric marking doctor, shifting slightly as monitoring equipment passed over them. "Fascinating," Petrov murmured, comparing the children's readings. "Their neural patterns show complementary structures. Lyra's brain activity focuses on systemic integration, while Orion's emphasizes mathematical precision. Will they be coming with us?" Lyra asked directly. Thomas knelt beside his children. "Yes, the 4 of us need to go together." He looked at Orion. "We'll be taking a long journey on the Genesis." Orion's eyes lit up. "Space travel. Will we achieve maximum efficiency parameters? We'll certainly try, Thomas replied with a smile. Dr. Petrov cleared his throat. There's something else you should know. He displayed Thomas's latest medical scans alongside Diana's. Thomas's transformation has accelerated recently. His hybrid characteristics now manifest at 70% integration, approaching Diana's natural levels. Thomas examined the scans, noting the increased density of neural pathways connecting to his golden markings. What does this mean for navigation capabilities? Based on previous data, I believe you'll need to undergo intensive synchronization before departure, Petrov explained. I recommend a 3-day bonding isolation to maximize your hybrid alignment. Diana's markings pulsed with understanding, like the Krenim royal preparation rituals. Precisely, Petrov confirmed. Extended intimate contact strengthens the quantum entanglement between your hybrid systems. This will be essential for maintaining navigational stability during the journey. 3 days later, Thomas emerged from their private quarters feeling fundamentally changed. The intensive bonding with Diana had deepened their connection beyond anything he'd previously experienced. His markings now pulsed in perfect synchronization with hers, their golden patterns occasionally mirroring each other when they maintained physical contact. Preparations for departure had continued throughout their seclusion. The Genesis had been retrofitted with additional sensors and specialized equipment for investigating the Venusian anomalies. Commander Warren had assembled a skeleton crew focused on maximum efficiency, while Selana had transferred her crystalline form to the vessel's navigation chamber. The colony gathered for a formal departure ceremony, the assembled settlers bearing witness as Thomas and Diana addressed them from the Genesis's main entry ramp. "We go to protect both our ancestral homes," Diana stated, her voice carrying across the assembled crowd. "Earth and the Krenim homeworld both face this threat, and Haven stands ready to help." Thomas surveyed the community they'd built, 300 faces representing the future they'd fought to create. "Ambassador Zoller and Admiral Krev will guide you in our absence. The expansion preparations will continue under Lydia's direction." As the family boarded the Genesis, Thomas felt Orion's small hand slip into his. The boy looked up at him, dark eyes serious beneath his blue skin. "The mathematics indicate a high probability of success," Orion stated matter-of-factly. Thomas smiled. "I'm glad to hear it." The Genesis lifted off smoothly, rising through Haven's atmosphere as colonists watched from below. Thomas and Diana took their positions in the navigation chamber where Selana's crystalline structure pulsed with stored stellar data. "Course plotted for Sol system," Commander Warren announced. F-Doctor, the operations center. "Estimated transit time, 63 days. Thomas reached for Diana's hand, their markings brightening on contact. "Initiate transition sequence," he ordered. The Genesis surged forward, breaking free of Haven's gravity well as it accelerated toward interstellar velocity. In the observation chamber, Lyra watched their colony world shrink to a distant point of light, her expression thoughtful as her markings pulsed with mathematical patterns. "It's beginning," she whispered to herself, her fingers tracing symbols in the air that matched the golden lines on her skin. 2 weeks into their journey, Dr. Petrov summoned Thomas and Diana to the research lab. Lyra sat on an examination table, connected to monitoring equipment that recorded her brain activity. The display screens showed complex technical schematics flowing across multiple panels. "It started during her sleep cycle," Petrov explained, indicating the recordings. "Her markings began generating these patterns spontaneously. When she woke, she immediately requested recording equipment." Lyra looked up at her parents, her expert doctor, Ion intense but calm. "I understand parts of it now. The Venus installation, it's like Guardian but older, more fundamental." Diana approached her daughter, studying the schematics. "You've never seen these systems before. How do you recognize them?" "I just know," Lyra replied simply. "Like how I knew how to speak when I was born." The information is there in my mind when I need it. Thomas examined the technical drawings more closely. These look like gravitational field modulators, but on a planetary scale. They are, Lyra confirmed, designed to reshape Venus's gravitational signature as part of atmospheric transformation. Dr. Petrov adjusted the monitoring equipment. Her brain is accessing information that wasn't there before or perhaps was dormant until now. A small commotion at the doorway interrupted them as Kira arrived. Doctor, with Orion. The boy immediately broke free from his caretaker and rushed to Lyra's side. The calculations are incomplete, he announced, pointing to one of the schematics. His geometric markings pulsed dramatically as he placed his hand on the display. The image shifted, additional mathematical formulas appearing alongside Lyra's technical drawings. Perfect, Lyra murmured, her eyes widening. That's exactly what was missing. Thomas and Diana watched in amazement as their children worked in seamless tandem, Lyra producing complex technical designs, while Orion added precise mathematical parameters that integrated perfectly with her work. Dr. Petrov quickly set up additional recording equipment. Remarkable. Their abilities are complementary, designed to work together. Designed, Diana repeated softly. Just like we were. That night, Thomas and Diana retired to their private quarters as scheduled. The regular, intimate connection that had once seemed merely biological had evolved into an essential component of their interstellar navigation. Each union strengthened their hybrid synchronization, generating energy signatures that stabilized the Genesis's propulsion systems. Diana traced the expanded golden markings that now covered 70% of Thomas's body. They're forming royal patterns, she observed, fingers following a distinctive spiral configuration that matched her own. Petrov's latest scans show 90% hybrid conversion, Thomas replied, drawing her closer. He says I'm the first human to achieve this level through sustained genetic exchange rather than direct engineering. Their markings brightened as they connected, the familiar warmth building between them as neural pathways aligned. The ship's sensors recorded a 12% boost in propulsion efficiency as their synchronization deepened, their consciousness momentarily merging into a shared awareness that transcended individual perspective. In this state of perfect union, they processed the implications of their children's abilities and the challenge awaiting them in the solar system. Information flowed between them without words, calculations, possibilities, strategies forming in their joined consciousness with unprecedented clarity. As they slowly returned to individual awareness, Diana rested her head against Thomas's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Venus was never meant to be what it became, she whispered. It was intended for us for hybrids. Thomas nodded, the knowledge settling into certainty. And our children somehow already know this. The Genesis continued its journey toward the solar system, carrying the family toward an ancient legacy hidden beneath Venus's clouds and answers to questions they hadn't yet learned to ask. It was intended for us for hybrids. Thomas's words lingered in the air, a truth that would soon unfold far beyond their current understanding. 10 years later, Thomas stood at the observation deck of Haven's Central Complex, watching a shuttle depart for New Harmony. The familiar golden light of Haven's sunset reflected off the vessel, reminding him of how much had changed since their fateful Venus expedition. He ran his hand absently along his forearm, tracing the intricate golden patterns that now covered his entire body. At 53, his physical appearance had stabilized at peak condition, an unexpected benefit of his completed hybrid transformation. The markings pulsed gently beneath his touch, responding to his thoughts. Admiring your decorations again. Diana approached from behind, her azure skin luminous in the evening light. Her own markings had evolved over the decade, elegant golden red patterns extending across her entire form in complex royal configurations. Thomas smiled as she slipped her hand into his, their markings brightening at the contact point. Just thinking about Venus, 10 years ago today. Who could have imagined what we'd find? Diana's markings pulsed with affection as they gazed across the expanded colony, now home to 7,000 residents spread across 3 continental settlements. Or what would come after? The Genesis expedition had discovered far more than an abandoned terraforming project on Venus. They had uncovered the first of 14 ancient installations, a network created by the alliance of their ancestors for interstellar civilization building. Each facility contained specialized knowledge and technology: Titan's propulsion systems, Europa's agricultural adaptation methods, Mars's medical advancements, Pluto's deep space navigation, and the massive genetic library beneath Earth's Pacific. Their discovery had transformed humanity's future. Administrator Thomas, a young hybrid technician, approached, his blue-tinged skin bearing modest geometric markings. The Interstellar Council is assembled for the quarterly review. Thomas nodded. We'll be right there. As interstellar coordinator overseeing operations across all 14 activated systems, his responsibilities had grown exponentially. Diana's role as hybrid integration minister kept her equally busy supervising adaptation programs for the thousands of human Krenim couples seeking genetic compatibility. Have Lyra and Orion arrived? Diana asked the technician. Director Lyra is already presenting her findings on the Havenite genetic studies. Commander Orion is expected shortly. His navigation corps is completing training exercises in orbit. Their children had matured into key leaders within the expanding civilization. Lyra, physically 25 though only 17 chronologically, led the Ancient Technology Reclamation Division with unmatched technical insight. Orion, at 12 but appearing 17, commanded the specialized Hybrid Navigator Corps, young people whose geometric markings gave them exceptional spatial perception abilities. The council chamber hummed with a doctor, Vidi, as Thomas and Diana entered. Representatives from all 14 colonized systems participated either in person or via holographic projection. Lyra stood at the central platform, her golden markings glowing faintly as she manipulated 3-dimensional displays of complex genetic sequences, confirming unexpected compatibility between certain hybrid configurations and Havenite biology, she explained, highlighting specific molecular structures. The evidence suggests preliminary adaptation work was performed on Haven's evolutionary trajectory approximately 3 millennia ago. Thomas and Diana took their seats at the head of the council table. Dr. Petrov, now displaying limited hybrid characteristics from years of adaptation, catalyst treatments, leaned forward with interest. Are you suggesting the Ancient Alliance specifically prepared Haven's indigenous species for eventual integration? He asked. Lyra nodded, her confidence evident in her precise movements. The genomic markers are consistent with preliminary adaptation protocols found in the Earth installation's genetic library. The ancient program appears to have extended beyond human Krenim integration to encompass multiple compatible species. A stir moved through the council as representatives processed this revelation. Thomas watched his daughter with pride. Her intuitive understanding of ancient systems had proven invaluable in their civilization's rapid advancement. The chamber doors opened as Orion entered, still wearing his navigation corps uniform. His geometric markings were particularly vivid today, suggesting recent intensive use of his spatial perception abilities. Apologies for my tardiness, he said, taking his seat beside Lyra. Training exercises required my direct supervision. Diana smiled at her son. How are the new recruits progressing? Their spatial perception is developing well. We completed 3 consecutive blind-fold navigations through the asteroid field 0 collisions. Thomas was about to respond when an urgent alert flashed across his console. Commander Warren recently awakened from cryogenic suspension for his tactical expertise, established a direct channel to the council chamber. Coordinator Thomas, we've detected unusual energy signatures from unexplored space approximately 20 light-years beyond our established network, Warren reported, his face appearing on the main display. The pattern precisely matches Genesis Prime emergency protocols. The council fell silent. Genesis Prime, the original control system that had guided their discoveries of the installation network, had never activated emergency protocols before. Sending the scan data now, Warren continued. Lyra immediately accessed the incoming information, her expression growing increasingly focused as she analyzed the energy pattern. It's definitely an installation signal, but the power requirements for transmission across that distance suggest a facility much larger than any we've encountered. Location? Thomas asked. Star System HD 85512, Orion replied, his geometric markings pulsing as he processed the spatial coordinates. Red dwarf, approximately 20 light-years from our furthest outpost. Diana exchanged a meaningful look with Thomas. Their perfectly synchronized hybrid biology allowed them to communicate complex concepts through simple eye contact after years of intimate neural bonding. Genesis II is prepared for deep space deployment, Thomas announced to the council. We need to organize an expedition immediately. I've already begun calculating optimal transit vectors, Orion said, his markings tracing complex navigational patterns across his skin. Lyra nodded in agreement. The technical interface systems are ready. If this is an ancient installation in distress, we'll need comprehensive access capabilities. Diana addressed the council. I recommend formally authorizing the expedition. Whatever is generating that signal was important enough for our ancestors to create emergency protocols specifically designed to reach us. The council voted unanimously to proceed. As the meeting concluded, Thomas arranged for Selana's crystalline form to be transferred to the Genesis II's navigation chamber. Her spatial perception abilities had evolved dramatically over the past decade, allowing her to detect patterns across unprecedented distances. Later that evening, Thomas and Diana returned to their private quarters in Haven's central complex. The gravity of the situation necessitated preparation beyond standard mission protocols. Petrov recommends a 3-day bonding session, Thomas said, reviewing the expedition requirements. He's developed new containment crystals to harness the harmonic resonance as power reserves for Genesis II's specialized systems. Diana nodded, her markings beginning to pulse in anticipation. The energy emissions were problematic last time. We overloaded 3 stabilizers during our anniversary bonding. Their intimate connection had evolved far beyond physical pleasure into a transcendent union, where their consciousnesses temporarily merged through their completed hybrid integration. These profound joining sessions strengthened their genetic synchronization while allowing complete emotional transparency. The medical team has installed enhanced containment fields, Thomas assured her, drawing her closer. Their markings brightened at the contact points, generating familiar warmth as their neural pathways began to align. Diana smiled as they moved toward their bonding chamber. 3 days of isolation before we face whatever waits 20 light-years away. Whatever it is, Thomas replied, it's part of something larger than we've yet understood. As the chamber door sealed behind them, their markings illuminated the room with golden light. The Genesis II waited in orbit, ready to carry them toward an ancient legacy that would transform their understanding of their ancestors' vision from interstellar ambition to something far greater. Thomas turned from the observation window, his gaze lingering on the vastness of space beyond Haven. We should prepare the specialized containment crystals for transport. The Genesis II departure is scheduled in 72 hours. Diana nodded, her azure skin catching the light as she accessed the mission specifications on her display. Petrov's team has already loaded the preliminary navigation charts, but they'll need our calibration patterns before final launch protocols. Their lives had found a rhythm in the decade since Venus periods of intense administrative responsibility, punctuated by the profound intimacy that strengthened their unique bond. Each joining session produced energy signatures that advanced hybrid technology in ways they'd never anticipated. 20 years later, the observation deck of the intergalactic colonial vessel, Transcendence, offered an unparalleled view of the completed Dyson sphere, humanity's greatest engineering achievement. The massive structure encircled its star completely, harvesting energy at a scale that transformed their civilization from interstellar travelers to intergalactic pioneers. Thomas stood at the viewport, his reflection overlaying the spectacular vista beyond. At 73 chronologically, his body maintained the appearance and functionality of a man in his early 30s, golden geometric patterns flowing across his skin with subtle pulses that matched his heartbeat. Each marking represented specialized hybrid adaptations, perfected through decades of synchronized evolution with Diana. "Final propulsion checks complete," Diana announced, entering the observation deck. Her azure skin complemented the golden red markings that covered her body in royal patterns that had grown increasingly complex over 20 years. Despite her chronological age, she moved with the fluid grace of youth, her hybrid biology having stabilized at peak condition. Thomas smiled as she approached, their markings brightening automatically at proximity. Selana reports optimal spatial conditions for departure. Her perception range has expanded again. She's mapping corridors through the intergalactic medium with unprecedented clarity. "Our great-grandmother has come a long way from wanting to eradicate all hybrids," Diana said with a slight smile. Her crystalline integration with the navigation systems exceeds even Unity's projections. The transformation of Selana from prejudiced Krenim matriarch to the Transcendence's living navigation, Oracle, symbolized the evolution of their entire civilization. Her body, now entirely crystalline, remained permanently installed in the specialized chamber at the ship's core, perceiving spatial patterns across distances that defied conventional scanning technology. "Commander on deck," announced the automated system as the observation deck doors parted. Lyra entered, her commanding presence filling the space. At 27 chronologically but 35 in appearance, their daughter had matured into the natural choice for mission commander. Her golden red markings, perfectly balanced between Thomas and Diana's patterns, covered her entire body in configurations that interfaced directly with the Transcendence's control systems. "Final crew transfers are complete," she reported. "All 20,000 colonists are aboard and in assigned quarters. Chief Navigator Orion is calibrating the primary drive systems with Selana." Thomas nodded with pride. At 22 chronologically but appearing 27, Orion had developed unparalleled spatial perception abilities. His geometric markings, more angular and precise than Lyra's, enabled him to visualize navigational vectors through the intergalactic void that would remain invisible to conventional sensors. "The Havenite delegation has prepared their ceremonial chambers," Diana added, reviewing incoming reports. "Zara requested permission to access the specialized adaptation databases. She believes certain compound syntheses might be optimized before arrival." Lyra's expression softened at the mention of Zara, the Fur's doctor, Avenite to achieve full language capability through her education program. "Granted, Orion will be pleased. He's been working with her on integrating Havenite environmental adaptation formulas into our colonization protocols." The relationship between Orion and Zara represented something unprecedented, a connection between their hybrid son and the hexapodal reptilian that transcended conventional romantic parameters. Their bond, based on mutual intellectual fascination and genuine respect, exemplified the integration of species that had once seemed impossibly separate. Thomas consulted the ship's chronometer. We should complete the final chamber calibrations. Dr. Petrov is waiting in Laboratory 7. The three doctor them moved through the Transcendence's central corridor, 12 kilometers of carefully engineered space, housing everything needed for humanity's first intergalactic journey. Crew members of various species acknowledged their passage with respectful nods, many displaying the early-stage golden markings of hybrid transition. Laboratory 7 housed 50 specialized hybridization chambers recovered from the Dyson installation and reinstalled aboard the Transcendence. These chambers would allow compatible human-Krenim couples to undergo accelerated hybrid transformation during the 2-year intergalactic journey, emerging fully adapted for their target world in Andromeda. Dr. Petrov greeted them at the entrance, his own body displaying advanced hybrid characteristics after decades of adaptation catalyst treatments. His originally human skin now carried subtle golden patterns that pulsed with his movements. "Perfect timing," he said, guiding them to the central control station. "The chambers require final calibration using your synchronized templates." Diana placed her hand on the biometric scanner while Thomas positioned his adjacent to hers. Their markings brightened at the contact point, generating the unique harmonic resonance that had become the foundation of all subsequent hybrid transformations. "The patterns from your last bonding session provided excellent baseline data," Petrov explained, adjusting calibration parameters. "However, the chambers require live synchronization to establish optimal transformation protocols." Thomas nodded. "We've scheduled a 3-day session beginning tomorrow. The specialized containment fields in our quarters have been upgraded to capture the full spectrum of resonance frequencies." "Excellent," Petrov replied. "The energy bursts from your more intense moments have provided breakthrough insights into genetic synchronization pathways." The new containment fields should capture energy levels up to 300% above previous recordings. Diana exchanged a knowing look with Thomas. Their intimate connection had evolved far beyond physical pleasure, becoming a transcendent union with quantifiable benefits for hybrid civilization. Medical academies across 14 star systems now studied the unique energy signatures generated during their physical unions, patterns captured in advanced crystalline matrices that powered crucial navigation systems for intergalactic vessels. Lyra cleared her throat. "The long-range sensor data requires your attention. We've detected unusual energy signatures at our intended arrival location in Andromeda." Thomas accessed the sensor display, studying the anomalous readings. "These match no known pattern in Unity's database. There are disturbing similarities to theoretical weapon systems," Diana observed, her scientific background allowing her to identify specific energy harmonics. "These resemble designs from the conservative factions during the Ancient Alliance's final days." Petrov leaned closer to the display. "That's impossible. Those systems were never deployed, and even if they had been, no conventional propulsion could have reached Andromeda 3 millennia ago. Unless another civilization independently developed similar technology," Lyra suggested, her expression grave. "Either possibility represents a significant threat to our expedition." Thomas straightened, decision formed. "We'll need to modify our approach. Diana and I will conduct an emergency bonding session immediately rather than waiting until tomorrow. The full harmonic resonance might allow Selana to perceive alternative pathways." "I'll prepare the specialized chamber," Diana said, already calculating the potential energy outputs they might generate with maximum synchronization. Their quarters aboard the Transcendence occupied a unique section of the ship specially constructed with enhanced isolation fields and energy collection systems. What had begun as a private space for their intimate connection had evolved into essential infrastructure for the vessel's specialized propulsion systems. 4 hours later, Thomas and Diana entered their bonding chamber, as alarms throughout the ship indicated the beginning of a critical systems calibration. Their markings began to pulse in anticipation, golden light filling the room as specialized monitors recorded every fluctuation in their synchronized patterns. The containment fields are active, Diana confirmed, initiating the sealed environment protocols. Direct neural link established with Selana's crystalline matrix. Thomas moved closer, taking her hands in his. Their markings aligned perfectly at each contact point, generating visible waves of golden energy that flowed between them. 3 days of isolation to find a safe path through intergalactic space. Selana can perceive the spatial distortions, Diana said, as their connection deepened, their individual consciousness beginning to merge through their completed hybrid integration. She just needs the harmonic resonance to map the corridors between. As their markings brightened to almost blinding intensity, Thomas and Diana surrendered to their profound bond, their most intimate connection now serving as the catalyst for humanity's greatest journey. The specialized containment fields captured the cascading waves of energy their union generated, channeling the power into the Transcendence's navigation systems, where Selana's crystalline consciousness would translate it into precise spatial coordinates. 3 days later, they emerged from their bonding chamber to find Lyra and Orion waiting with unprecedented news. It worked, Orion reported, his geometric markings still active from recent navigation calculations. Selana perceived spatial corridors invisible to our conventional sensors. We've plotted a safe approach vector that bypasses the mystery energy signatures completely. Lyra's expression held both awe and scientific curiosity. The quantum entanglement effects generated during your synchronization revealed pathways we never could have detected otherwise. Your genetic resonance literally mapped routes across intergalactic space. Thomas and Diana joined the final launch preparations with renewed purpose. Their unprecedented 3-day bonding session had produced energy levels that exceeded all previous recordings, providing power reserves sufficient for the specialized intergalactic drive systems, while revealing safe navigation corridors through the void between galaxies. As the launch ceremony brought together representatives from all hybrid settlements across 14 DRAR systems, billions watched via quantum entanglement broadcasts. The Transcendence, 12 kilometers of hope and ambition, prepared for humanity's first journey beyond the Milky Way. Thomas and Diana stood together on the command deck, their perfectly matched golden markings glowing with synchronous energy. Their hands clasped together as they stood before the main view screen, completing the biometric protocols that would officially transfer Expedition Command to Lyra, while designating Orion as successor should any emergency arise. "There's something else we wish to announce before depart, Dr. Ree," Diana said, addressing the assembled crew and dignitaries. After consultation with Dr. Petrov and reviewing Unity's complete genetic archives, Thomas and I have decided to conceive our third child. A murmur of excitement moved through the gathered representatives. "This child will be born during our intergalactic transit," Thomas explained, becoming the first hybrid conceived in the void between galaxies. Lyra and Orion exchanged surprised looks before breaking into genuine smiles. The medical projections suggested this unique conception environment, combined with Thomas and Diana's now perfectly synchronized hybrid genetics, would produce unprecedented evolutionary advancement. Dr. Petrov stepped forward. "The initial analyses suggest this child will represent the next generation of hybrid development, a being born between worlds, belonging fully to neither Earth nor Krenim heritage, but embodying the transcendent potential of both species." On Haven, the Havenite population gathered at their newly constructed ceremonial structure, tens of thousands arranging their bodies in geometric patterns visible from orbit. The formation precisely matched ancient symbols identified as the pattern of cosmic communion, a configuration believed to establish harmonic resonance with universal energy fields, blessing intergalactic journeys with favorable conditions. As final departure sequences initiated, Unity transmitted an encrypted data package accessible only through the combined biological signatures of Thomas, Diana, and their children. The package contained the ancient alliance's most closely guarded secret coordinates for a network of artificial structures scattered throughout multiple galaxies. These indicate transport endpoints, Lyra said, reviewing the preliminary data. If authentic, they could transform our civilization from intergalactic pioneers to inheritors of a cosmic legacy extending throughout the observable universe. The Transcendence cleared the Dyson Sphere's gravitational influence as Thomas and Diana retired to their private quarters. Their intimate physical connection was now required to generate the initial energy surge for the vessel's specialized intergalactic drive systems. As they created measurable quantum resonance fields that interfaced directly with the ship's propulsion technology, the energy generated during their extended intimacy flooded specialized conduits throughout the Transcendence. Their most private act of love became the catalyst for humanity's greatest journey, their physical bond literally opening the pathway to a new galaxy. The massive vessel successfully established stable intergalactic trajectory, beginning its 2-year journey to Andromeda with optimal efficiency. As they accelerated beyond the Milky Way's outer boundaries, long-range sensors detected unusual spatial distortions forming in their wake. These matched no known phenomenon in Unity's database, Orion reported from the navigation center, his geometric markings pulsing with concern. They appear to be tracking our exact course while maintaining consistent distance. Thomas and Diana reviewed the sensor data, uncertainty clouding their usually confident expressions. The expedition's scientific team couldn't determine whether these anomalies represented natural phenomena associated with intergalactic travel or indicated some form of observation or pursuit by unknown entities. Increase monitoring protocols, Thomas instructed. We need to determine if we're being followed. Diana nodded in agreement, and we should prepare for potential first contact scenarios. If these distortions represent intelligent observation, we may be facing truly alien contact for the first time. As the Transcendence continued its journey toward Andromeda, the mysterious spatial distortions maintained their precise formation. Whatever awaited them in the void between galaxies would require every advantage Thomas and Diana's unique bond could provide, including the specialized energy, their intimate genetic synchronization, generated for the ship's most critical systems. Increase sensor sensitivity, Thomas instructed as he studied the distortion patterns on the main display. Whatever these phenomena are, they've maintained consistent formation for 6 months. The command deck hummed with activity as specialists monitored the mysterious spatial anomalies that had shadowed the Tra Doctor, and dense since its departure from the Milky Way. Diana stood beside Thomas, her fingers tracing patterns across the holographic interface as she adjusted detection parameters. The energy signatures show increasing complexity, she noted, highlighting a section of the data stream. These aren't random formations. 6 months into their intergalactic journey, the daily routines aboard the Transcendence had settled into comfortable patterns. The vessel's 12-kilometer length housed over 20,000 expedition members, many of whom had never before left their home systems. Thomas and Diana divided their time between administrative duties, scientific consultation, and their ongoing research with Dr. Petrov on hybrid genetics. Diana's pregnancy progressed with remarkable stability, despite the unique environment of intergalactic space. Their child, conceived during the initial departure phase, developed with genetic markers more advanced than either Lyra or Orion had shown at similar stages. An urgent communication tone interrupted their analysis. "Commander," Lyra's voice came through the ship-wide system, "we're detecting unprecedented spatial activity directly ahead. You and Diana should come to the observation dome immediately." Thomas and Diana exchanged concerned glances before heading to the central elevator. The transportation system whisked them through the ship's massive internal structure, delivering them to the observation dome in under 30 seconds. The dome's transparent ceiling revealed a spectacle neither had witnessed before. The void between galaxies, typically empty except for scattered hydrogen clouds, now erupted with luminescent color ribbons of light in blues, purples, and golds stretching across the darkness. "We've entered what appears to be a spatial confluence," Orion explained, his geometric markings pulsing with increased activity as he interfaced with the sensor array. "The boundaries between galaxies are blurring here." Lyra stood at the primary console, her golden-red markings intensifying as she communicated directly with Selana's crystalline consciousness. "The distortions that have been following us there accelerating." The main display showed the mysterious formations rapidly closing distance with the transcendents, their movement suddenly purposeful after months of passive tracking. "Alert status," Thomas commanded, activating ship-wide protocols. "All sections prepare for potential contact scenario." Diana placed her hand protectively over her swollen abdomen, feeling the child within respond to her heightened alertness. These patterns they're organizing into something. The viewing screens throughout the dome displayed the approaching distortions forming a precise geometric pattern around the vessel. Within minutes, they surrounded the transcendents completely, creating a perfect dodecahedron of pure energy. "They're making contact with the hull," Orion reported, his voice tense. "But no alarms have triggered. They're passing through our barriers without disruption." The atmosphere in the observation dome shifted suddenly, molecules realigning as the distortions phased through the ship's protective fields. Thomas moved protectively toward Diana and their children, who had joined them minutes earlier. The energy patterns coalesced before them, restructuring into vaguely humanoid forms composed of swirling light. The central figure, taller than the others, approached Thomas and Diana with deliberate movement. "The progenitors," the being communicated, its voice bypassing physical sound to register directly in their consciousness. "We have waited 3 million years for this reunion." The being's form shifted subtly, taking on patterns that mirrored Diana's royal markings with uncanny precision. "We are the precursors," it continued, "architects of the evolutionary paths that led to this moment." Thomas stepped forward, his diplomatic training overriding his instinctive caution. "We represent the United Human Krenim Expedition." "We know who you are, Thomas Chen," the precursor responded. "Your genetic signature has been anticipated since we first separated your ancestral lines." Diana moved beside Thomas, her scientific curiosity overwhelming her initial apprehension. "Separated our lines. You're claiming responsibility for our species' divergence." The precursor's form expanded, projecting images of ancient star charts and genetic sequences into the surrounding space. Human and Krenim were never separate species, but deliberately divergent evolutionary branches engineered from a common template. The revelation sent shock waves through the assembled expedition leaders. Lyra and Orion moved closer to their parents, their expressions reflecting stunned disbelief. "Both branches were designed with complementary attributes," the precursor explained, "programmed to develop unique evolutionary advantages before eventual reunion through hybrid integration." Thomas recalled his first intimate encounter with Diana aboard the Celestial Harmony years earlier, the moment that had changed both their lives forever. "Our physical compatibility." Was by design, the precursor confirmed. Your bodies were engineered for perfect reunion. The sword between legs that so fascinated Diana upon first human contact was merely one of countless physiological differentiations introduced to ensure complementary functionality. Diana's cheeks darkened with the cranium equivalent of a blush. Our intimate connection activated something within us. Your initial union triggered dormant genetic protocols embedded within both species' DNA, the precursor explained. The resultant cascade of adaptive responses led to Thomas's transformation and your perfect hybrid synchronization. What you believed was unprecedented was, in fact, the fulfillment of our evolutionary program. The precursor gestured toward the spectacular aurora visible through the dome. Our design extends beyond your galaxy. Similar evolutionary experiments were seeded throughout neighboring star systems, each developing unique specializations while maintaining fundamental compatibility. Thomas processed this information with growing understanding. The energy signatures we detected in Andromeda are not weapons, the precursor confirmed, but activation beacons. Ancient installations await your arrival, facilities designed to respond to successfully integrated hybrid biology. Diana suddenly gasped, doubling over as fluid trickled down her legs. Thomas the baby. Thomas supported Diana as she experienced her first contraction. The precursors responded immediately, the energy beings forming a circle around them. The central figure gestured, creating a specialized birthing chamber from pure energy at the center of the observation dome. Your child chooses this moment to arrive, the precursor stated. This is appropriate. She will be born between galaxies at the convergence point of our grand design. Thomas helped Diana to the energy platform, which adjusted to perfectly support her body. The substance beneath her felt solid yet responsive, maintaining ideal temperature and pressure. The labor process will be accelerated but painless, the precursor explained as the others positioned themselves around the makeshift birthing chamber. Hybrid births typically complete within hours rather than days. The precursors surrounded Diana with healing energies that eliminated her pain while enhancing her connection to Thomas. He held her hand, their markings aligning at each contact point as they had during countless intimate moments before. "I can feel her," Diana whispered, wonder replacing pain in her expression. "She's different from Lyra and Orion, more connected to everything." Within 2 hours, their daughter emerged into existence bathed in the combined light of 2 galaxies. Her tiny body displayed unprecedented characteristic skin, with shifting patterns of azure and gold that responded to emotional states, and eyes containing complex cosmic patterns visible even in her newborn state. "Aurora," Diana whispered, the name coming to her naturally as she cradled the infant. "A perfect designation," the precursor confirmed. "She represents an evolutionary leap beyond even advanced hybrids. Her genetics incorporate harmonic resonances from the intergalactic medium itself." Thomas touched his daughter's cheek gently, feeling an immediate connection that transcended normal parental bonds. "What does this mean for her future?" "She is the first cosmic integrator," the precursor explained. "A being capable of interfacing directly with the fundamental structures of space-time. Through her, you will maintain communication with our consciousness while establishing the intergalactic hybrid civilization your evolutionary journey was designed to create." The principal precursor moved toward a section of the observation dome that the expedition had always believed was merely decorative architecture. "Now, we must reveal the final component of our design." The mysterious artifacts scattered throughout multiple galaxies form an ancient transportation system, the cosmic confluence. The being gestured toward the unusual architecture, which began to glow with the same energy patterns visible in the precursors themselves. This network, dormant for millennia, requires activation by beings with perfectly synchronized hybrid biology, capable of generating specific energy signatures through intimate genetic bonding, precisely the patterns you create during your most profound physical connections. Thomas looked from the glowing structure to the precursor. You're saying our intimate activities generate energy signatures that activate your technology. Your journey to Andromeda would typically require 2 years, the principal precursor explained, ignoring Thomas's embarrassment. But through the cosmic confluence, you can reach your destination within days. Your newborn daughter completes the activation key, the 3-generation lineage of perfect hybrid synchronization. The precursors guided Thomas and Diana, with Aurora cradled between them, toward the previously unrecognized chamber. Lyra and Orion followed close behind, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. Stand together at the chamber's center, the precursor instructed. Form a complete circuit with your bodies touching. Thomas held Diana close, their newborn daughter between them, as Lyra and Orion placed their hands on their parents' shoulders. The family's combined genetic signatures triggered ancient systems that hummed to life after millennia of dormancy. The transcendence shuddered slightly as dimensional barriers thinned around the vessel. Space-time folded in patterns matching the geometric markings on Orion's skin, creating momentary disorientation throughout the ship. When the sensation passed, the view through the observation dome had transformed completely. The Andromeda galaxy surrounded them, no longer a distant objective but their immediate environment. The designated New Haven system appeared clearly visible ahead. 18 months of travel accomplished in moments, the precursor stated, its energy form beginning to disperse. You have fulfilled the promise of our evolutionary program. Through you, the separated branches of humanity will reunite across multiple galaxies. Before departing, the precursors surrounded baby Aurora once more, their energy merging briefly with her unique biology. We offer one final gift: complete activation of Aurora's latent abilities. Through her, you will maintain connection to our higher dimensional existence. As the energy beings dissolved into the surrounding space, Thomas and Diana stood together at the observation dome center, their newborn daughter cradled between them and their older children at their sides. The Transcendents had arrived at Andromeda, their intergalactic journey suddenly abbreviated by ancient technology designed specifically for their arrival. Contact New Haven Survey Team, Thomas instructed the communications officer, who had remained frozen in shocked silence throughout the encounter. Inform them we've arrived 18 months ahead of schedule. Diana looked down at Aurora, whose eyes reflected patterns reminiscent of the cosmic energy beings who had just departed. Our daughter will connect 2 galaxies, she whispered, born between worlds to unite them all. Lyra approached the main sensor console, quickly confirming their new location. We're in standard orbit around New Haven. Initial scans show environmental conditions exactly matching our projected parameters. It's perfect for hybrid physiology. Thomas gazed out at the pristine world below, a planet that would become the foundation for humanity's intergalactic civilization. What had begun as an unprecedented diplomatic mission between separated species had culminated in the revelation that human and Krenim were always meant to reunite. Their intimate connection, once a source of scandal and confusion, was now revealed as the fulfillment of an ancient evolutionary design spanning multiple galaxies. Prepare landing protocols, Thomas ordered, his arms still around Diana and their newborn daughter. We have a new civilization to build.